All right, good evening, good afternoon. It's Sunday, April 5th, 2025, 2026. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me for part two of our playthrough of Martinez Conrady's The Bitter Edge, a case written for New York Noir. I can see perhaps I needed a little more coffee this morning. So, some of you may be here expecting us to play through our normal Sunday session of Deadbolt Mystery Society, Letters from a Ghost Hunter. Sundays are usually when we do our play-by-mail sessions, but yesterday afternoon, we started playing The Bitter Edge. You can see there's been some time shifting around of when we play these games, and it has thrown me a little bit off. Normally, we would play these games in the evening. Weekend afternoons are a little bit different, but Martinez wanted to join us, so we shifted around the timetable, the time we normally play these games, and it is a little odd playing this in the afternoon with the sun out. It is not my normal time to play these detective games. So we're working around schedules here, and we'll be playing part two this afternoon and finishing this case. And then we'll resume our Letters from a Ghost Hunter next week. And even though we've rescheduled this, Martinez is only going to be with us for a little bit of today. So if you have questions about the case, or you just want to congratulate Martinez, now is the time to do it while he's in the channel. Patty is also here, who helped edit this case. As a reminder, when we finish playing, though, we will talk about the experience, talk about the case, try to offer some constructive criticism along with our praise. And in this case in particular, because this is written for New York Noir, which is the game system that I've been working on for the last several years and several people in the channel have been helping with, I think it's especially important to talk about the system and the tools. We are using this opportunity to play test some of the online tools. And it's worth talking about the mechanics of the game and where there are possibilities for taking advantage of things, improving things. That's part of what we do here. All right, so let's do a little bit of a recap of our case and then jump into it. If you haven't watched part one from yesterday, though, this will make no sense. You shouldn't be watching this stream if you haven't watched part one first. And I spent a good time at the start of that session yesterday talking about New York Noir and showing the tools and how we're going to use them and all that. So that's the place to start. Now, as a recap of our case, this will be spoilers if you haven't played part one, so time to leave if you haven't played part one. The Bitter Edge is a comedy club. The protagonist of this story that we are representing is the manager of this comedy club, who's woken up to the anniversary of the death of a detective. And in the mirror, he sees the ghost of this detective who tells him that his wife is coming to meet this manager. And there's a knock on the door. The wife, who's this woman named Cynthia Yefremova, she comes in and she enlists our help to investigate, wrap up the case of her murdered husband. Her husband was a detective. He was killed a year ago in an alley. And when we investigate it, we hear that the official police story is that he was murdered by a Chinese mobster involved in bootlegging. and that there's bootlegging by Chinese immigrants going on in the city. Our case is set mainly in Greenwich Village. But when we investigated, what we find is that our dead cop was almost certainly killed by his partner. Shot in the head in the back of an alley while he was going to meet with an informant. And the informant, this woman named Sylvia Lorenzo, or something like that, was the secretary of a judge, this Judge Redner. And the conspiracy going on here starts to fill out. This judge and perhaps the 6th precinct in Greenwich Village, or a bunch of the cops in this 6th precinct, seem to be involved in an illegal operation that the murder detective was on the trail of. And we hear that he was asking someone about the judge. Did he have bad experience with the judge? And we think probably from some clues we got investigating the current detective on the case and the murdered detective's partner, that what we've got here is a little judge-cop conspiracy, probably running their own bootlegging operation, blaming the Chinese immigrants, and then killing off this detective a year ago because he was sniffing onto the trail of this group. At the end of day one, it's a 2-day case. At the end of our day one, we've been doing this whole investigation with this woman, Yefremova, at our side. At the end of day one, we stumbled on this other guy who's trying to help us, another detective. And now there's 3 of us. We're sitting in a car staking out this joint that's a speakeasy, clearly. And we're seeing the judge walked into this speakeasy along with the current investigator of the case, who's been promised at the end of the night we got to break into their houses, and we've figured out that these 2 now are sort of in charge of this. And we had this very nice scene at the end of day one, late night, of us staking out this speakeasy that we figured out from a clue, and we're watching the judge go in, and I forget which one of us, the 3 of us in this car, is like, okay, let's go arrest them, and the other one says, not so fast, we need to get a little more evidence before we start accusing a judge of this a murder of a cop and this whole illegal operation. So it feels like day 2, we know who we're trying to get, but we have to get proof. That's where we left off. If I've missed anything. Is a speakeasy a bar? Asks Annika. A speakeasy is an illegal bar. We are in the time of prohibition here, so you're not allowed to legally sell liquor, but there's lots of illegal hidden bars selling bootleg liquor imported when it's against the law in New York City. So it's an illegal hidden secret bar that was quite common, and especially among the upper class and politicians. They had their connections, they had their ways to do things, and then all of the black market, all of the profit from importing liquor and selling liquor is all done by criminals because it can't be done legally. Okay, so if I haven't missed anything important for the recap, let's get into today's session. Now, on our playthrough of day 1, we kept good track of a whole bunch of places to go back to. Where we think Sylvia's hiding out, we could go back on day 2. The old partner of the murdered detective, Peter Harrow, I think is the name of the guy who was killed. So let's just remind ourselves. Let me remind myself of some of the names. So the guy who's killed a year ago, whose ghost is inspiring us to work on this case, is Peter Harrow. Our name is Derek Brooks. Peter Harrow is the detective that was killed a year ago. Yefremova is his wife, who took a different name. And then the current investigating dirty cop is Henry Owens. He is the one working with the corrupt judge. And then Bartholomew Bazarov was the corrupt partner to the cop who was killed, Peter Harrow, and he's the guy who shot Peter Harrow in the head. And now, on our first day of the case, this guy, the corrupt partner, walked in front of a delivery truck. But we think not pushed, but because he was drunk, more signs that he's involved in this illegal operation. Okay. This person here is the one little, like, I have a one question mark in our story that I don't think we fully understand. Probably we just missed it somewhere. Is J.H. Glover, who works at this taxi place. We may need to reread this because we had a weird thing. I forget exactly what James Hector Glover was up to, but then we heard him in the newspaper complaining about the Chinese immigrant bootleggers. So it sounds from that he's involved in this conspiracy to make it look like the Chinese immigrants are doing the bootlegging, but I think we may need to read the entries with him just to make sure I understand his role in this. But as I was saying, we have a bunch of places that we need to remember to go back to on day 2. Sylvia was hiding out with her father, we think. We've got the patrolman. No, the patrolman wasn't returned back to, but the dead partner's house. We could go back to Sylvia's houses. We can go back to the speakeasy joint on day 2. It feels like that's probably something we want to do at the end. So we have a whole bunch of places to return to. At the end of day 1, we went here, which took us to the park. Eventually, at the end of the late night stuff, we went to 71505. Okay, so just to remind you, here was the last scene from day 1. We see the judge go into the speakeasy. I ask, are you going to arrest them now? Piston, this is the new police officer who's teamed up with us, says, hold off, Tiger. Let's not embarrass the 6th precinct like this. We'll find a quiet way to deal with Henry Owens. That's the current investigator. As for Judge Redner, I'd rather we seize him at his courthouse tomorrow. Nice and public. Make a big splash. Send a message to everyone in power who thinks they're above the law. Then Yefremova, who's the widow but also a reporter from the New York Times, says, let's discuss this tomorrow morning. I'd rather find Sylvia bag her testimony before cornering the judge. I'm not convinced the 3 of us witnessing him entering a speakeasy will be enough for a conviction. Well, first I need some sleep. All right, so she's pretty smart. She's the smart one in this whole group. But let's make sure we remember this part. Sees him at his courthouse. We don't know exactly what courthouse he works at, but okay. So Piston wants us arresting this guy in public, make a scene. Yefremova says, first we've got to get Sylvia. This is our witness. Sylvia, if I forgot to recap, was the secretary, the law secretary of the judge, and she presumably is in hiding because she knows something. Okay, this concludes day 1. Now, what it should say here is to go read day 2 intro. And that's how we're gonna start off today's case. So we've got our day 1 intro here, and now we're going to switch to day 2. And Anna is just agreeing that there was an issue with this JH person that we didn't quite... Oh no, you're talking about a different note that we found in Bazarov. And it says, I think Bazarov felt guilty, the anniversary and Jensen's accusations, maybe even a visit by the ghosts. He wrote that goodbye note and walked in front of that truck. Was there a goodbye note? Something about his son. Okay, we're probably going to reread that note before we finish. But that scene when we were in Bazarov's house was a little weird. The radio was all smashed up. There was a gold watch. So I think maybe Anna is right. Maybe it was guilt, and then he got himself drunk, feeling bad about killing his partner a year ago on the anniversary, and walked in front of a truck. But we didn't really understand the note. So we may need to revisit that. Let me clear my space here. Do you want to revisit that first, or should we start with day 2? We could revisit that, since that was the one thing we were a little bit confused about. Let me go back to that. Was that the final scene? No, that was when we 30405. Let's read this scene that we're talking about, that we're a little bit confused about. Five 827. Okay, so here is the scene in Bazarov's house, late night. This was the partner who got killed today, who we know killed our victim a year ago. So the house is run down. And, oh no, this is when we tried to get in, but we said, she says, come back tonight. She has a way inside. Okay, sorry. Let me read when we came back. Okay, so we had our late night leads. No, that's not right. Five 0039. Okay, so when we visited his house at night, it was 73622. All right, so here we have our long entry. We've broken in to the house, and we find the radio set has been smashed up with a bat. We say, what kind of guy buys a top-of-the-line radio set only to beat it with a baseball bat, which is sitting right here? Then Yefremova finds the watch. She says, the same kind of man who smashes a gold watch. Cracked face of a fine gold watch. Turning it over, she lets me see an inscription on the back. Happy birthday, Bart. WRJH. Now, when I read this, so Bart is the guy who walked in front of a truck today, who killed his partner a year ago. I read this as WR, like with regards, JH, which is our taxi driver. But now I wonder if WR isn't going to be the Judge Rendon's first name. Did we see that his name might be Willie Rendon? So I think maybe Anna was right. Maybe what's happened is that this guy whose house we're in, the partner who's walked in front of a truck a year after killing his partner and is involved in this conspiracy, was feeling guilty. And maybe he smashed up his own radio set, smashed the watch that he resents, given to him by his co-conspirators. And I'm thinking now WR is not with regards, but WR and JH are our co-conspirators. The judge and this guy who's the taxi driver, who, don't forget, was seen driving him home the last several days of his life, the original detective who got killed. So I think what we've got here is confirmation that JH is higher up in this conspiracy. And that's why he's writing into the radio station blaming the Chinese immigrants. And I think we will find, if we go to our white pages and look up the judge whose name was Rendon. Was it Rendon? What was our judge's name? Not Rendon. Let's go to our bookmarks. That was our beat cop, Redner. Willie Redner, WR. This is our judge who lives on the Upper East Side in some posh apartment next to the park, whose secretary won't let us in to see him, who we've just watched go into a speakeasy, and who we're told never approves the search warrants that our guy who was killed a year ago wanted. So we know he's at the core of the conspiracy. And now we see his initials, WR. WR. Okay, it's not with regards. It's Willie Redner, the judge. So let's just remember that JH is higher up in this conspiracy than we thought. No, JH is the taxi driver who was spending his last days with the victim a year ago, and now it's all making sense. Okay, let's start our day 2. Here we go. 9:30 a.m. Saturday, September 3rd, 1932, the Bitter Edge Comedy Club. I lounge on the couch of my office with my third coffee of the morning. Yefremova is analyzing her notes, while Detective Piston leans against one wall, compulsively shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe, Yefremova says, we should go back to Baldovino Lorenzo today, see if he'll let us talk to Sylvia. We've spotted Judge Redner entering a speakeasy, probably one he's been protecting while shutting down others like the one in Little Italy. That's something, but Sylvia was obviously willing to testify about how Redner turned down every warrant Peter ever requested. We should convince her to come forward. Then we can finally finish Peter's work. I just sip my coffee and isolate my brain in its own little comfort zone. Maybe if Piston had kept his bear-sized hands off my radio, I could have stewed in peaceful ignorance all day. The radio announcer spoke in his perfect mid-Atlantic accent. This is Special News Bulletin from WNYC, New York City's voice on the airwaves. We interrupt your regular programming to bring you breaking news from Gramercy Park. Judge Willie Redner, a long-serving magistrate at the old Gramercy Park Courthouse, was gunned down this morning. According to early reports, the judge exited the rear of the courthouse shortly before 8 o'clock when an unknown assailant or assailants discharged multiple shots. Bystanders say the judge collapsed immediately and was pronounced dead at the scene. Judge Redner, known for his outspoken rulings on matters related to prohibition, had risen in popularity last year for his firm action against the illegal sale of alcohol, notably by Chinese immigrants in the neighborhood widely known as Little Italy. These actions had earned him the adoration of law-abiding citizens in that neighborhood and beyond. The New York City Police Department has not yet released a statement, but investigators are said to be pursuing several leads. More details will follow as the story develops. Well, paint me pink and call me a flamingo, Piston exclaims. That's changed my dance card for the whole day. Could be a coincidence, I venture. Bet Judge Redner had more enemies than Attila the Hun. Attila who? Never mind. Piston replies. Swallow your coffee, grab your coats. You two are with me. When you believe you have identified all the most important points of information, go to this lead. Okay, so at the end of today, we're going to wrap up the case. A pretty dramatic event has just occurred. Our judge, who we considered at the head of the conspiracy, has just been killed. So now we need to figure out who killed him. Was it one of his co-conspirators? Probably. Trying to shut him up. But why is the mastermind, who we thought was the mastermind, being shut up? That doesn't work like that. So is he not the mastermind? Is there someone higher up than him? Perhaps this taxi driver? Or have the police officers tying up loose ends? Okay, we learned what courthouse he worked at. That's where we were gonna go arrest him. He's killed in Gramercy Park neighborhood outside his courthouse at 8 o'clock. For doing a timeline thing, that's something to keep in mind. Okay, well, it raises a couple issues. We have all the places we wanted to go back to yesterday, including now we can go back to Judge Redner's home. Maybe his secretary will have a different thought now. Maybe Sylvia will be willing to talk to us. We could go to the courthouse, the scene of the shooting. That seems like a logical place for us to start. We could try going to the Gramercy Park Police Department to find out more details. And then Yefremova is already suggesting we go find where we think Sylvia is hiding. First to the crime scene, says Anna. That's our sort of normal approach. We always go to the crime scenes early before they get messed up by someone. All right, so let's go to the crime scene, which would be the old Gramercy Park courthouse. Let's see here. All right, so let's get ourselves focused on Gramercy Park neighborhoods. You can see where it is. Here we go. Old Gramercy Park courthouse. Here it is. Let's bookmark it. All right, let's travel to it. 32832. Remember that we're half using the online tools and half using the half using the printed documents just for fun. We're testing the online tools, and we are using the printed material to do our main reading. Okay, if it's before day 2, you shouldn't be here. Okay, there's some talk about jurisdiction and such matters between Detective Piston and the senior cop on the scene while Yefremova and I wait in the detective's car. So, lady, you trust Mr. Mac Baldy over there? I gesture at the blocky figure. Oh, that's me saying this. So, lady, you trust Mr. Mac Baldy over there? I gesture at the blocky figure of our cop compatriot. Looking at the size of his arms, it's not hard to guess the origins of his moniker. Well, Peter did. Sure, but why is he only showing up to help us now? Oh, we're talking about Piston, this guy that we've now gotten attached to. Well, obviously he was elbows deep in some investigation into Redner. Also, he probably wanted to keep an eye on us, see if we're competent enough to help him out. I let it lie, and after 5 minutes, our hairless cop friend collects us from his car, motioning for us to follow him. The old Gramercy Park Courthouse consists of 2 main buildings. Having parked on West 19th Street, we're approaching the buildings from the south. To the right, I see the looming edifice of the courthouse proper, an imposing dome resting atop a circle of Ionian or Corinthian columns. I can never remember which is which. To the left, I see a squat brownstone building, which, Piston says, contains administrative offices and such. A little bit of visual description, and then we've even got a little diagram here. So we're coming from West 19th, and we notice that there's an administrative brownstone next door. Judge Redner, Detective Piston informs us, was in the habit of exiting the courthouse from over there. He points to a door at the back of the courthouse, which opens onto a short paved walkway to the administrative building. Small groups of people generally waited for him over there between the buildings. So maybe he's saying like this. If his rulings for the case in question was popular, he'd bask in the adulation. If not, he'd often got into sparring matches with the detractors. Here's a picture of the man, since he didn't get the best look last night. The photo features the judge in front of the very door we're now approaching. Although his beard and temples were almost completely gray, he looked like a man who'd be comfortable in a boxing ring, especially since his smile revealed 3 gold teeth. Interesting. So, physical description in case that's important. Okay. I look up and see a pool of brownish color just outside the courthouse door. Dried blood, obviously, and my stomach hurts. We have 7 witnesses, Piston continues. First officers on the scene did a good job separating them from each other. So they're all in different offices inside the admin building. We can question them there, and we better do it now. Gramercy Park is not my sandbox, and the fellow in charge of the murder investigation is doing me a solid, so let's hurry. Also, since this morning's hearing was, apparently, an affair of little consequence, only 3 constables were around. All of them were stationed out front on 5th Avenue. They saw nothing suspicious, and they're confused as to the number of shots there, 2, 3, or 4. But they all agree the shooting started at around 8 a.m. Okay, a little bit of disagreement. 2, 3, or 4 shots. The constables were on 5th Avenue. So here's our courthouse. There's a big mercantile building here too. Or were we, I guess we're here. Okay, so cops were hanging out here, and we know that the shooting happened somewhere here on 19th Street in front of the building. So the constables didn't see anything, but we do have witnesses. All right, 7 witnesses were told, and now we've got a couple page of witness statements. Pretty cool. All right, so let's study our witness statements. Our first person we're talking to is Rudolph Barrington. In one room, we find Judge Redner's personal secretary, a large man with incongruously small spectacles over beady brown eyes. He smiles, and I wish he hadn't. Those crooked teeth are going to star in my nightmares. What was today's hearing all about? Yefremova asks while Piston lounges against one wall, probably to monitor the secretary's body language or something. Oh, nothing special. His voice is so nasal it sets my teeth on edge. There was some bogus corruption charge against the WNYC, but the judge dismissed it on account of insufficient evidence. I see, Yefremova replies. Who brought the charge? Oh, I'm barred from disclosing more. I'm sure you understand. Now it's my turn to chime in. Tell us exactly what you witnessed this morning. Mr. Barrington pushes his glasses up his nose. I will regret it for the rest of my days, but I did not see anything of consequence. I was carrying the judge's papers when he exited the courthouse ahead of me. This was 8 a.m. The back door's narrow, and the judge was a broad man. I heard 3 shots, and, well, I hit the deck, dropping the papers and planting myself flat on the floor. 3 shots, he heard. Then I heard a 4th shot. Somehow different in pitch, or whatever from the previous 3, but I cannot be specific. My ears were ringing from the first ones, and I saw nothing. My eyes were closed. I don't know how long I was down there, but eventually I turned and crawled back into the courthouse. I walked closer to him, leaning down until our faces were close enough for me to smell his breakfast, eggs and bacon. You didn't look up to see what had become of your boss? No. I've handled enough criminal cases to realize that witnesses do not always live long. So I kept my eyes either shut or turned away. I'll think of me what you will, but I'm a survivor. He slams his palm flat on the desk in front of him, loud enough to make me jump. That'll be all, thank you, Detective Piston announces, his expression as unreadable as hieroglyphs. Okay, that's Barrington. 3 shots and then a 4th one that was different. Interesting. 8 a.m., he confirms. Everyone seems to agree it's 8 a.m. Okay, seems a reasonable statement, like he just wanted to hide and not see anything on purpose. Now we've got Edna Harrington. In another room, we find a woman in her late 60s dressed in a shapeless floral patterned dress of blue and green. A beige coat is arranged across her lap, and she wears a brown coach hat, not unlike Yefremova's, but shabby. Edna Harrington's hands shake as she handles a cup of tea, but she's clearly so accustomed to the jitters that nothing spills. Thank you for talking to us, Mrs. Harrington, Yefremova leads. Can you tell us why you attended the hearing today? Mrs. Harrington's voice shakes as much as her hands. Oh, they set the time early in the morning to deter us, but I'm made of sterner stuff, just like my husband before his passing. I wanted to hear the outcome for myself. WNYC has been slandering dock workers in Hudson Yard for years now. I don't have the money to bring a suit myself, and it would have been nice to see the scoundrels taken down a peg. I was hoping to say as much to the judge's face. Sadly, matters overtook me. Well, what exactly happened? Yefremova asks. The judge had just made his exit when an old man, who had been standing next to me... The left or right of you? I interrupt, earning a glare from Yefremova. Mrs. Harrington looks at the ceiling. My right. Yes. He'd been standing to my right the whole time. Suddenly, he stepped forward, lifted a revolver, and firing 3 shots right at the judge. I just froze, staring at the old man. Then I looked at the judge, and he fell backwards. My ears were ringing so hard I didn't even hear him fall, and he was no feather. It was like my whole world had closed in around his body, blocking the doorway. Very interesting. Old man. So she has identified the shooter. 3 shots from a revolver from the old man. And then he blocks the doorway. This big, wide judge. Did you see anything else that might aid our investigation? Yefremova asked. Nothing, dearie, nothing at all. I wasn't exactly expecting to witness an assassination, now was I? My mind was occupied with how much I wanted to tell the judge he'd made a mistake by overturning the case against WNYC. I chirp in again. Where were the other witnesses standing in relation to you? Again, she takes a moment to reflect, sipping her tea. Well, the old man was to my right, like I said, and some others were to my left. We were all standing in a semicircle around the door, but I don't recall any details. Thanks. Do you know who filed the case against NYC and exactly what it concerned? She sips her tea and her eyes travel up the wall and across the ceiling. No, it's so hard to remember anything clearly right now, dearie. Must be shock. Maybe later. Okay, so I wonder if it's suggesting that we should try to find this woman and talk to her later. Maybe she'll recall something else. Let's remember that we've got the names of all these witnesses. We could follow up with them at their homes later. All right, our next witness, 3 of 7, is Fred Bonnard. In the next room, we see a man in his late 30s. He's tapping his right foot, whistling something I recall hearing over the radio at one time or another. Makes me miss late nights at the club, enjoying the live jazz and snappy one-liners. His dark eyes sit strangely far apart, and his brows have grown together into a nearly straight line. He's professionally dressed, but clearly not rich. Mr. Bonnard, Yefremova asks, please explain why you were present when Judge Redner exited the courthouse. He speaks like a locomotive. Well, you see, some losers at the docks were suing WNYC over some baloney allegations. I'm not even sure what, but I wanted to be here for the outcome. I'm a music teacher, and one day I aspire to apply for a gig on the radio. Can't do that if they go bust, and no other station will do for me. So I took a day off from work just to be here, and that's dedication. He grins like this statement is supposed to win him some award, and I mutter, sycophant, under my breath. You must love music, Yefremova says with a smile, always the adult in the room. Sure do. And at what school do you work? I interject. Greenwich Village High. Say, haven't I seen you at the Bitter Edge, that comedy club? I back away, thinking that any answer would only undermine my standing as an interrogator. Yefremova leaps to my rescue. Tell us what you saw today, please, sir. I was waiting outside that door, 'cause I'd heard how warmly Judge Redner responds to support, and I sure think he made the right call today. So I was standing there and cheering when he got out. Then this man starts shooting, this old man way to the right of the line. Well, I was so stunned I just stared at him for a while. The old guy, not the judge. Then my lizard brain told me to hit the ground, which I did. All right, thank you, Detective Piston says. How many shots did you hear? 3. After that, my ears felt like hornets were calling them home. And where were the other witnesses standing in relation to you? Well, Father P was on my left, Father Paddy Konovalov. All the others were to the right. Can't say I know them. All right, thank you, sir. Piston concludes the interview. Next up is Father Patrick Konovalov. Oh, you're not obligated to call me father, young man. I retired from the clergy a long time ago. His eyes are like robin's eggs, and he boasts an astoundingly unblemished skin for someone pushing 70. Father Konovalov carries himself with the grace of a bygone age. His white beard is trimmed so neatly, I feel like a slouch despite my tailored suit. Efremova gives him the usual questions. Why was he at the courthouse and what did he see? Oh, Judge Redner and I were friends many decades ago from during our school years. When you reach my age, you reflect on life and old connections rise in value. I heard he liked being spoken to outside his courtroom, and so I made my way over. It was rather early in the day for my liking, but I have several chess matches to play for the rest of the day. He chuckles. Perhaps I will have to cancel them now, but sic vita est. Let's not waste time on that. Your keen minds are honed on the murder, not so? Well, I cannot be much help. My mind is a rapier sharp, but my eyes and ears, not so much. There were a few people waiting to speak to the judge when he made his exit. I was on the far left of the semicircle, and Mr. Fred Bonnert was on my right. We live in the same building. And he was tapping his one foot the whole time, as usual. Freddie was keen as mustard to attend the hearing, and that motivated me to see if Redner would recognize me. Next in line on my right was a respectable lady, probably close to my age, and at the far right of the line was a gentleman, also probably my age. The judge had barely made his exit, and I was just about to call him out when this man produced a firearm of some kind and discharged it. I cannot recall the precise number of shots, but Freddie froze for an instant and fell flat. Well, I wanted to follow suit, but my knees refused. I can tell you the noise was like God's own gavel. It rang off the walls of the two buildings like thunder. I think I heard 3 shots, but I would not put my hand on the good book to swear it. Thank you, Father, Detective Piston interjects. And which church benefited from your wisdom? That would be Cavalry Church, young man. All right, so we've got 2 statements, one by Fred Bonner, and one by this father. And we're told the order of these people in a semicircle. Sounds like we might need to make a diagram. It sounds like it might be relevant. Father P was on my right. Everyone's on my left. All right, so we're going to be able to make a diagram of these people. Some of them seem more trustworthy than others. This father seems pretty trustworthy. They were friends during school days, though. Again, here's the same number of shots. He says Fred Bonner on my right. I was on the far left. More diagram of who is where. He doesn't describe the old man, but everyone seems to agree this guy sounds like the old man. Pulls out a firearm, shoots it. He doesn't remember how many shots. He didn't get down on the ground. He tells us where he works. Everyone is telling us a little bit about where we could follow up with them, maybe. Although I'm not sure he still works there, but he's at the Cavalry Church. And then Fred Bonner gave us some clue. And there's all this talk about the lawsuit of WNYC. WNYC we've been listening to, and it's been pushing the Chinese immigrant story. So they could be tied in with this somehow. And then we hear about where he works. Like, this is all information like we can follow up with these witnesses, it sounds like. Right? Like, Fred Bonner works at Greenwich Village High. And what about our old lady? Edna Harrington. I mean, we have her name. So we could just look her up in the directory. Surely she's retired, but she's talking about dock workers in Hudson Yard neighborhood for some reason. Jonathan Warner has joined us. All right, here's our next witness, Crystal Moncada. Yes, it is. I think it is very cool how day 2 has started on a very different vibe of witness statements. But we always love when there's a nice big crime scene. Crystal Moncada. A young woman is waiting in the next room, and I might once have considered her alluring if I hadn't shared the company of Cynthia Yefremova for over a day. By comparison, her red curls are merely eye-catching, ditto her green eyes, but they've got nothing on Yefremova's blue irises and blonde locks. Honestly, she drawls in a South Carolina accent, I was just across the street at Siegel Cooper General Store to buy some coffee. She holds up a small shopping bag as her Exhibit A. Then I happened to glance across the street, saw this group of people gathering at the courthouse. Figured, hey, why not waltz over and see what's what? I had nothing better to do at the time. I asked, what do you do for a living, Miss Moncada? Call me Chrissy, mister. What's your name? She purrs over the R in your. Derek Brooks. You were saying, oh, this is Yefremova taking over. You were saying, Yefremova takes over, you had nothing better to do. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an actress, aspiring actress. I work where I find it. I'm between roles right now, but let's cut to the chase, shall we? You want to know what I saw. She moves to the edge of her seat and leans forward as if to share the secret of the ages. Her green eyes lock on mine, and I hear Yefremova huff. Well, there was this line of people sort of standing in a half circle around the door at the back of the courthouse. I can't remember who was standing where, except an old man was on the far right. I remember him 'cause I had nearly joined them when, wouldn't you believe it, he pulls a gun out and starts popping. Bang, bang, bang. I turned tail without delay. Then I heard a fourth shot, louder than the rest. By then, a constable had appeared from nowhere right in front of me, and he was yelling at me to stay where I was on account of me being a witness and all. Oh, I guess I ought to mention I wasn't there by myself. Gabby was there too, Mr. Manaldo. Mr. Manaldo. And how many people were in this line, Detective Piston asks. 4. 4, she frowns. Okay, so again, more confirmation. Everyone seems to be pretty much in agreement. 3 shots and then a 4th different one at the end. And here our actress has mentioned she was there with someone else, and that's the person we're going to talk to next, Gavino Manaldo. The man in the next room oozes trouble. It looks like he just turned 20, and he flips a coin over and over until I want to smack him. His charcoal suit screams money, but the cut is out of season and a little worn. He's not handsome. His chin's too weak, his nose is too large, and his eyebrows are too busy. But there's an edge to his aura that I guess some women might like. Moths and flames, that kind of thing. Yeah, Chrissy. This is Crystal Moncada. That is Crystal Moncada. was staying in my place on West 19th Street. Nice digs, Detective Piston observes. Gavino shrugs. I inherited, not earned. And anyway, you want to hear the story or not? She wanted some air this morning, so off we went to Siegel Cooper General Store for coffee. Saleslady will confirm as much. After that, he shrugs. Now, Chrissy saw something at the courthouse that grabbed her attention and insisted we walk over. Frankly, my mind was elsewhere, so when I heard the first 3 shots, I kissed the ground like it was Chrissy. And when the next one sounded, I was praying for absolution. Can't tell you where the shots came from. The sounds between those buildings, he smacks his palms together, I only made it sound like someone was packing artillery. Yeah, and Detective Piston asks, what do you do for a living, sir? Parents are dead. So far, I'm just living off what's left of their money. Still trying to figure it all out. Aren't we all? I observe. Okay, look who showed up at the courthouse. Victor Lorenzo. That's an awful big coincidence. All right, he's mentioned, this guy we just talked to mentioned again where they went for lunch, as if we could follow up and verify their alibi. Always a little suspicious when an actress is a witness. Like, All right, let's see what Victor Lorenzo says. The old man is next. Oh my God, is this the old man who they all say shot him? The old man is next. His face resembles a raisin, but his eyes burn with a fire that reminds me of Detective Harrow's. I traveled all the way from Italian Harlem for this circus. And you know who the 2 of you are, and I know who the 2 of you are. He gestures at Yefremova and me. A little bird told me, so I guess you know what this is all about. I might as well confess it. Judge Redner had something to do with my niece Sylvia skipping town. He winks at us. All I wanted to do is give old Judge Redner a good scare. The constable guarding his room cuts in, addressing Detective Piston. What he means, sir, is his revolver was firing blanks. So, I stammer, if you fired from blanks, who killed the judge? Mr. Lorenzo laughs long and loud. That's your job, unless you're smart enough, and leave it to the cops. I sure saw nothing. Just wanted to give the judge a scare, like I said. Arrest me for that if you like. All right. So, there we go. Very interesting. Anna says she called it. Really? Did you anticipate it? I just finished, let's see, we should ask the coroner because maybe the 3 shots missed and the 4th shot killed the judge, so it wasn't the old man at all, although not everyone heard the 4th shot. And it is clever. Do we think there's any contradiction between Rudolph and Edna's statement about the judge's body blocking the door? Okay. Let's go back and draw a diagram and consider these witness statements here. Very interesting little puzzle we've got. Okay, 7 witnesses in a semicircle. Rudolph Barrington, Edna Harrington, Fred Bonnert, Father Patrick Konovalov, Crystal Moncada, Gavino Monaldo, and Victor Lorenzo, the old man. So Victor Lorenzo is not the guy where Sylvia's hiding. That's presumably is her father. This is her uncle. So both Lorenzos are involved in, and he said he just wanted to scare him. So that makes sense. That completely makes sense. So but he also doesn't want, he may have seen the real killer, but he's happy the judge got killed. So he's not going to testify against him. Although we could go to his house. We know his house. We could go back to him, although maybe he's in police custody. Okay, there's our 7 witnesses. Now let's try to get them in a semicircle. So there's the judge, and they're surrounding him when he comes out. Let's see if we can recreate the layout here. 7 witnesses. Okay, and they've been separated, so they can't corrupt each other's testimony, so that's good police work. Okay. First we have the secretary, Rudolph Barrington. Says it was 8 a.m. He's carrying the papers. He heard 3 shots. He hit the deck. Then a 4th shot that was different. And he's hiding the whole time. You didn't look up. That'll be all. So maybe we could speak to him at his house or at the judge's office, but he doesn't give us a spatial arrangement. Edna Harrington, the old woman. Okay. So she says she's hoping to see the judge, to tell the judge about the trial. He's not. He made his exit. An old man who is standing next to me, to your left or right. She says, my right. So we've got Edna, and to her right is the old man, Lorenzo, and the old lady, Edna. Okay, to her right is the old man. And then she says that when the judge fell backwards, he blocked the hallway. So, like, there's the hallway. The judge is coming out. Here's the ring of people waiting to talk to him, and he falls backwards and blocks the hallway. All right. Does she see anything else? The old man was to my right. The others were to my left. So it sounds like she's saying basically that that's the end. So maybe she's saying the old man was here. And then Edna is here. To her right is the old man. The others to her left. In a semicircle around the door. Okay. Okay, next up, Fred Bonnert. This is the locomotive speaking guy who's in favor of the radio station because he wants a gig, and he works at the school. Tell us what you saw. He was waiting outside the door. I was standing there cheering when he got out. The old man starts shooting. The old man was to the right of the line. I stared at him. How many shots? 3. Where were you? Father P was on my left. So he says Father was on his left. All others were on the right. Okay, so he's saying that the father was here, Father P, and then this is Fred Bonnert is here. So our father's on his left, then comes him. Okay, the father tells us where he works. He's old friends with our guy. I was on the far left. Bonnert was on my right. We live in the same building. A little bit of a coincidence. Next in line on the right was the old lady close to my age. At the far right was a gentleman my age. That's the old man he's talking about. Next in line on the right was a respectable lady. That's odd. Father's on the far left. He says Fred Bonnert is on his right. And then he says next in line on the right was the respectable lady. Close to his age, and at the far right was the gentleman. But is he talking about Edna being to his right? Because that do we think the clerk is behind him? Is that what we said? Rudolph Barrington? I was carrying the judge's papers when he exited ahead of me. Okay, so this is Rudolph Barrington is behind the judge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what am I missing? Where is Crystal Moncada and Gavin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So the only thing I'm missing is where is Crystal Moncada and her boyfriend? What does she say? She tells us where they went for lunch. I stepped across the street. I saw a group of people. I see. She's not in the line. She's not in the line. There was a line of people standing in a half circle. Old man was on the far right. So we think like off to the side is Crystal Moncada and Gavin Ronaldo. And then we don't need the rest of this. Okay, so here is our layout. She saw something, we walked over, heard the shots hit the ground. Okay. Now, does that help us? Do we think there's any contradiction in Rudolph and Edna's statement about the judge's body blocking the door? To clarify, I believe Rudolph talked about crawling back in through the door, but I thought Edna talked about the judge blocking the door. But maybe Rudolph was still really behind the judge. If no one saw the second shooter, would it make sense to think he was shot from inside the court? Unless they all worked together because they all had a grudge against the judge, I don't think that's the case here. But I do think Jonathan is right for us to reread the law clerk's statement and the blocking of the door thing. Does he really say he crawled back in the door? Let's read this. We find his personal secretary. He says, I'm barred from disclosing more. Tell us what you witnessed. He says, I didn't see anything of consequence. I was carrying the judge's paper when he exited the courthouse ahead of me, 8 a.m. The back door is narrow. The judge was a broad man. Okay, so they're leaving out the back door, and the judge is a wide man filling up the whole doorway. He hears 3 shots. He hits the deck. He dropped his papers and he went flat on the floor. So he should be inside the doorway. But then he is mentioning a 4th shot that was different. He's not trying to cover that up. I don't know how long I was down there. Eventually, I turned and crawled back into the courthouse. So I don't think that's really a contradiction. He's basically, I think that's an interesting point, but he's not saying he like crawled over the judge. He's just saying crawled back into the courthouse. That could mean anything. That just means he went from the doorway area to the center of the courthouse. I wouldn't say that was a contradiction. I wouldn't call that a contradiction. In fact, I'm not sure that we are meant to find clear contradictions here, because it seems to me like we're going to be following up with these witnesses. So I wouldn't be that surprised if these initial statements don't give us what we need. None of them are inconsistent in terms of where they're standing. Several confirm the old man fired 3 shots, which we believe. We believe he did fire 3 blanks, and then someone else shot this guy. We don't know where. But presumably, if he fell backwards, someone shot him in the face or in the chest or something. I suppose, though, the question you should be asking yourself is, how is it that no witness saw the 4th shot? So the guys who say they have their eyes closed, that's fine. But what I want to see is the people who saw the old man shoot, why did they not shoot the 4th shot? So the secretary's got his eyes closed. He just hears shots. Edna, the old woman, she sees the old man shoot. I mean, surely the old woman is not going to be the killer, but if she sees the old man shoot, I looked at the judge, he fell backwards. My ears were ringing. I didn't hear him fall. Her ears are ringing. Okay, that's important. Everyone's ears are ringing. They're not going to hear all that well. And then we say, did you see anything else? And she says, no. I wasn't expecting to witness the assassination. Some others were to my left. So she's not paying that much attention to the people to her left. But I do wonder why her eyes are wide open. She sees the old man shoot, and she doesn't see someone else shoot. But notice that if our diagram is right, it's these two who could have shot the judge from here and not be seen by the witnesses here, right? They're all staring at the judge. The clerk goes back inside. So if someone's shooting from back here, then these witnesses wouldn't see it. So if I had to put my money, I would put my money on Gavin, and with this hired actress girlfriend Mal covering up for him. But there's an interesting point about could it have been from across the street somewhere? Although if he's blocked the doorway, it's going to be kind of hard to shoot through the doorway from another building. Let me see who else saw the... None of them say where the fourth shot is coming from. So let's look at this guy's statement. He says, the man starts shooting. The old man was way to the right in the line. So he sees the old man. Fred sees this old man who's all the way over here. He sees him shooting. I was so stunned, I just stared at him for a while, the old guy. 3 shots, so loud his ears are buzzing. I was on the far left, live in the same building. At the far right is the old man. The old man produced a firearm of some kind, so he sees it. He sees the old man shoot. He notes that Freddy, his person who lives in his building, froze and then fell flat. He wanted to fall flat, but his knees wouldn't let him. The sounds were like thunder. I heard 3 shots, but I would not put my hand. So he was so startled by the 3 shots, he wasn't sure. And then it's these two that I find very suspicious. She's an actress between roles. Let's see what she says. Line of people standing in a half circle around the door. She doesn't remember who was where. Old man was on the far right. I remember him because I had nearly joined them when he pulled out a gun and started shooting. Then I heard a 4th shot. So why would she be saying she heard a 4th shot if she was in on it? Then a constable had appeared from nowhere right in front of me. He was yelling at me to stay where I was. I mean, that's suspicious. We think this could be cops killing this judge. So is this constable the potential shooter? How many people were in the line? 4. Okay, so there's our 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's consistent. He gives the alibi. You can find that they were there. I mean, I don't know what kind of alibi that is. It just says where they were before they showed up. Chrissy saw something that grabbed her attention. Insisted we walk over. I heard the first 3 shots, and then when the next one sounded, it was loud and echoed. Okay. I think we're going to need to follow up with these people. The wound position would be very revealing to our theories. We're suggesting the admin building right next to the door to the courthouse. The door the judge was exiting from entered right into an alley. We don't know. I'm not sure we know that we're right about this alley layout. I'm not 100% sure if it's not saying that they're just connected like, you know, like this, and that this is where the people were, or if it's in this alley. He points to the door at the back of the courthouse, which opens into a short paved walkway to the administration building. So they could be talking about a walkway here, and the people are waiting in a line like this. Or they could be talking about a walkway like this. If it's in the alley, then someone could have shot through the administrative building. I'm not sure. I don't think we have any. Let me just make sure we don't have the administrative building as an entry here. So where is, there's the Siegel Cooper store. And here, where is our, there's the courthouse. Structure under construction. I don't think this was available when Martinez wrote his case, so I'm just going to click this to confirm that. Yeah. Okay, so, but just to point out, there is no administrative building for us to go into here. We could start checking alibis, though. All right. Well, we should probably take a break. And then Anna says, can we talk to coroner? We don't know. We don't know. We've got a lot of possibilities. Talk to the coroner, talk to the local police, try to find that constable that happened on the scene early. Well, why don't we take a break? When we come back, we'll get started. Okay, we're back. We are an hour into day 2 of The Bitter Edge. We've just had our judge, who we thought was the mastermind, assassinated outside of his courthouse. We've talked to 7 witnesses. Their statements seem consistent, but our problem is we've got a second shooter who's done the actual killing. no one has seen this second shooter or noticed that the shot came from a different direction. Too many witnesses to be a completely fabricated thing. I do think from our reconstruction of the shooting, the judge fell backwards. It seems unlikely if you shoot him from the back. If the law clerk shot him, it feels like he would fall forward. It's these two that I'm focused on because we've got the semicircle witnesses all seeing each other, but not seeing any fourth shot. And the old lady kept her eyes wide open. She didn't see any. So I'm a little bit, my money is on these two suspicious characters coming over and possibly shooting from behind the witnesses. So let's go over what we could do, though. We've got lots of stuff we could do for day 2. Stuff that we were whole bunch of places to return to. From this scene, though, it does seem like we could visit most of these witnesses by going to their places of work or home. Some people have, these two have an alibi for where they ate for lunch. It does seem like we should follow up on that. I would note that there's a lot of mention about this lawsuit with WNYC. We could go to WNYC offices perhaps and investigate that. We could try to go to the coroner and find out about the body, although they all say it's 8 a.m., don't forget. I don't know if the body's been autopsied yet. The other thing to do is to try to talk to this patrolman on 5th Avenue who showed up very quickly. So I guess my inclination would be to follow up with witnesses, coroner, police, see if there are any entries for those places. So why don't we do that? Maybe we give these witnesses a chance to go home and catch their breath, and we go to a couple other places first before we start checking on them. But I would like to see if we can talk to the Gramercy Park police station. Gramercy Park. There's Daria's beautiful illustrations of parks here, and Logan's beautiful illustrations of buildings. Okay, well, we know the Gramercy Park police station is here because of that police station signal, or we could have looked it up. But let's stop in that precinct and see if there's anything to be learned there. Okay, nothing for the Gramercy Park police. That's not totally unexpected. Let's see if we can go to the chief medical examiner. This is one of these leads that changed around a little bit. Marco says there's a possibility that the killer is not among our witnesses. Oh, yes, I think you're absolutely right. Did they mention which dock workers the trial was about? No, but maybe we could learn that at WNYC. There's a very strong possibility that the killer is not among our witnesses. It's absolutely true. In fact, a police officer doing the killing would be a very good bet as well. All right, let's see. Now, the medical examiner is one of the things that got shifted around a little bit. So, and then NYPD labs are another place, but let's see if there's an entry for the chief medical examiner. Okay, so this is a case where we actually could just look it up here. 47384. Oh, there is an entry for the medical examiner. That would be the person who would do autopsies. We're told the autopsy is being conducted at the auxiliary autopsy lab. Okay. 53211. Yefremova and I wait outside the building while Detective Piston enters to speak to the coroner. He emerges way sooner than expected. Well, that was the fastest autopsy I've ever received, barring one guy who plummeted from the Chrysler building. He mimics a squishing sound, which turns my stomach. Cause of death is, and I quote, clear as the hairless nature of your scalp. One bullet to the chest did the job, killed the judge outright, medium caliber, range of 30 feet. All right. That's a pretty big clue here. 30 feet to the chest. Medium caliber. Okay, so what does that tell us? Shot in the chest from the front. So definitely not wall clerk shooting from behind, and not one of our circular, clearly not one of the witnesses that were standing to talk to him, right? I mean, they are way too close to him to be the shooters. Feels like it's a little out of focus here. Okay, so clearly not the people standing in the circular line. 30 feet. It's pretty far. That would really be pushing it. But if you were across the street, could you be 30 feet away? You could be. You could be. But not shot from behind. That feels like you'd be more likely to be shot from across the street or a building across the street. Possibly a window across the street, but yeah, you could be in a window across the street. So where is our diagram? Maybe we would be well suited to write down that entry so we can come back to it. So just as an aside, one of the things that we've been trying to encourage with New York Noir cases is to use separate documents rather than embedding it in the page. To have these kinds of printouts be go retrieve document 4. And one of the ways I playtest it is I print out the documents in envelopes. So when players get access to a document, they actually get it. They can keep it on the table in front of them. This would be a great example of something that would be useful to have on a separate sheet, kind of like a cold case game or a document dump game. So West 19th Street, whether you think he's coming out of this alley or out here, it sounds like maybe we think the shooter is across West 19th Street or, you know, approaching from the street. 30 feet though, that's pretty far. If the autopsy guy is right. So if we're talking about across 19th Street, I mean, here is Gramercy Courthouse. Are we talking about possibly someone shooting from across the street? And could they be shooting from one of these buildings, including the Central Mercantile building, which looks like a pretty big building, or the store where one of our witnesses came from? At the very least, they would have been in a good position to see something. Where was the judge's offices we visited yesterday, just to double check that's not the admin building? No. The judge's office, home office, we bookmarked, and he lives way uptown. He lives near the park right here. Here was the Judge Redner's office, up near Central Park in some posh neighborhood. And here's his courthouse here. And shooter would have been across 19th Street. Let's go and investigate the witnesses, the suspicious couple. It does say that people wait for the judge between the two buildings. I mean, if you're right that he's waiting between the buildings, then maybe we would think the shooter was not across 19th Street. But that wouldn't really make sense, though. Like, if we're thinking that he's come out here and he was shot while leaving the doorway here, that's hard to make a 30-foot shot in his chest, right? Because you'd have to be from across the alley 30 feet. It makes much more sense that he's come down this walkway. Be nice to confirm, though, that he hasn't come down the walkway this way. Let's reread this part here. So we're coming from 19th Street. We parked on 19th Street. We're approaching this way. To the right, I see the courthouse. To the left is the admin building. He was in the habit of exiting the courtroom from over there, he says. He points to a door at the back of the courthouse. We're approaching from here. Where is the back of the courthouse? Is it here or here? Which opens onto a short paved walkway to the administration building. I still can't tell if it's saying that the walkway is like this or like this. Waited from over there between the buildings, but that still could mean here. It's still not clear if it means, I mean, you would think it would say in the alleyway between the buildings if it meant that. I'm going to assume that it really means that, like, this is the back. And there's a door and a walkway between the two buildings like this, and people wait between them. That's still not clear to me. It would be nice if this was clearer. With all this description, it would be nice to be a little clearer about where he was shot. Like, if you're going to give us this diagram, you could even put an X marker where he was shot and where the witnesses were. Because this is a little confusing. What is front? One is back. We see the pool of dried blood outside the courthouse door. So, like, where is the blood? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? I mean, your gut thinks of these as front entrances, but we're told he exits from the back entrance. So I'm not clear if it means not clear, but maybe we'll get clear from the there's no indication Judge Redner walked either north or south. Just says he was in the doorway. Shouldn't the shot come from above, from a window or something? Otherwise, these people around the judge would have blocked the view. See the two lines Jesse drew between the two buildings. Do you think it means this? Seeing the doorway now represented by these two lines. Assuming you're talking about these two lines, then, boy, how do you get a 30-foot shot off there? Is someone standing here shooting? I mean, 30 feet away. Or do we think this is a 30-foot gap and someone just shot him from a window here? Okay, let's not get carried away. Let's see what we can learn and worry about it once we run out of leads. There's no point in over worrying about it. Okay, so I want to go next door since I'm suspicious of these people who came from across the street a little bit. So I'd like to check their alibi first. They say they were getting coffee at Siegel Cooper. I mean, even if they were, that's not really an alibi, but I would like to check it out. 28855. The spotty teenage salesgirl at Siegel Cooper General Store recognizes our descriptions of Gavino Monaldo and Crystal Moncada. She also shares the sales register, confirming they had purchased a bag full of chock full of nuts ground coffee just before 8 a.m. So they bought ground coffee to drink at home, I guess, rather than sit down and eat it there just before 8. That's really not much of an alibi, is it? But I don't know what kind of alibi they need. 30 feet away. 30 feet away. That's a hard shot to make with a pistol, but I suppose it's possible. All right, well, let's not over worry about it. Let's follow up with the rest of the stuff. I'm kind of curious about WNYC, whether we could actually look up WNYC. Let me just see if there's an entry in the white pages for them. There is. They're on the top floor of Center Street down in the financial district or civic center, I guess. Let's see if there's an entry for them. There is. That's pretty cool. 51573. Okay. If it's day 1, we've missed that. If it's day 2, 6464449, which I could also click on here to make sure. Oh boy, there's a nice big entry. Okay, 64449. That's pretty cool. We had barely arrived at the premises of WNYC before being escorted to the office of the media mogul himself, Mr. John Henriquez. There's another JH. That's interesting. Owner of the radio company and its station manager, an unusual arrangement. His office is lavish, if cold. White tiles cover the floors with not a rug in sight. Finely curated bonsai trees sit on either side of his massive desk, which commands an impressive view of the city below. The walls are festooned with pictures of Mr. Henriquez in the company of many luminaries, the mayor, the police commissioner, every major judge, and every major industrialist, along with several actors and such, all of them shaking hands and slapping backs in a sickening display of corporate camaraderie. Anna says, this is more like it, not the poor taxi driver. Yes, this is a more appropriate JH. Shush, Efremova whispers into my ear. What? I didn't say anything. I can hear your molars grinding on your own righteous indignation. The great Mr. Enriquez is diminutive, comically short, dressed in a suit that screams money so loud you can hear it across the county. The unruly mop of hair on his head makes me wonder if I could use him to polish the tiles. You, he yells as we enter his office and walk up to his desk. I hear you've been poking around the courthouse where Redner got filled with lead. He keeps talking, clearly a man accustomed to addressing meek subordinates. What are you doing to find the killer or killers? I expect results within the next 48 hours. Is that understood? Do you have any notion of how well connected I am? Detective Piston takes up a relaxed posture, hands behind his back, eyes distant, giving the impression he could endure this diatribe all day. Well, the mogul hollers, I am not at liberty to share details regarding ongoing investigations. Mr. Henriquez turns his attention to me. You? Who are you? How are you relevant to this matter? To my surprise, I look him in the eye and my voice comes out with a steel edge. I'm just an observer of life. His fuzzy brows knot together. His tone drops into a menacing register. Yeah, and what do you observe here? I shrug. I wonder how small a man must be to send letters to his own radio station. How desperate he must be to feel like a man of the people. Then again, it only makes sense. What can such a man know about this city when he works at such a great distance from its hard realities? I gesture at the view from his office. Again, to my surprise, the radio man smiles at me. A shark's smile. You will find the person responsible for the death of Judge Redner, and you will deliver him to me personally. Otherwise, your girlfriend over there will be without a job. I know she works for the New York Times. If I pull the right string, she'll be out on her ear. Back down on street level, we get into Piston's car, and I wait for Efremova to chew me out. Her voice shakes when she speaks, not with fear, but with anger. That bastard's gonna get his, one way or another. Well, he is certainly a good candidate for being a mastermind of this operation and having our judge killed. On the other hand, it would be equally consistent with his attitude here if his partner, the judge, has now just been killed. So he's either putting on a good act, pretending to want the killer, but he's really the killer. Not the hands-on shooter, but the person who organized it. Or his partner and breadwinner in this illegal conspiracy has just been killed. Do you have a gut feeling about which of those it is? That's a cool little element that they shared the same initials as the taxi driver, and we didn't know how to connect them. What do you think? Do you think this guy is the mastermind and had the judge killed because the cops were getting too close? Or do you think that someone else has killed the judge, and Henriquez is not responsible. That's interesting. Jonathan believes him. He's too upset. It seems odd the killing was the day after the suicide, doesn't it? Well, people are sort of, it feels like this case is coming to a head here. Like they know that whether it's the ghost or whatever, they're trying to tie up some loose ends. Anna says it reads to me like he's scared. Marco says it seems that the organization is falling apart. Okay, so you don't think he's the person who arranged the killing? That's interesting. I mean, I had him pegged for the mastermind who's trying to clean up loose ends, but I could be wrong. All right. We've gone to the coroner. We tried to go to the police. We went to WNYC. That was very cool to have an entry for WNYC. And we've started going through the witnesses' statements. I like the idea of spreading out the witnesses a little bit. Give them time to get home and collect their thoughts. So why don't we visit a couple of places from yesterday that we wanted to return to? So maybe we should be going to visit Sylvia before she gets herself killed. If someone is cleaning up loose ends, Sylvia's got to be at the very top of their list. Okay, so we've got two Lorenzos. One was the old man who's the shooter. He's probably arrested, although not clear, so we can visit him. And then one is where we think Sylvia is hiding. So let's go ahead and visit that one. Before Sylvia gets herself killed. Okay, so I could find her in bookmarks. There she is. Oh, that's where she's vacated. I don't remember if we had a way if we could go back. Actually, we could go back there on day 2, according to my notes. But let's go where we think she's hiding, which is at Lorenzo B's house. Looks like I did not bookmark yet. That's all right. We'll go back to it. Baldovino in Little Italy. That was the place we think she's hiding out. Okay. All right. So we're interested in going to 23250. So we're coming back on day 2. Mr. Baldovino Lorenzo gives us a knowing grin and says, Sylvia's not here, not anymore, but she's safe. Possibly you find her. She has a friend who helped. He winks before shutting the door. She has a friend who helped. Huh. Do you know of any friend of Sylvia's? So he's basically saying she was hiding out here, but after you stopped by, we moved her. Is this our taxi driver? She has a friend who helped. Possibly you find her. So we should be trying to find her, but is this our taxi driver? Friend who helped. Is that the shooter, I guess? She has a friend who helped. I'm curious about the taxi driver now. I want to get a better feel for the role of the taxi driver. I feel like I don't really understand it. We know the taxi driver is driving him back and forth, our cop that gets killed. Isn't it so nice to have those dogs back? I was starting to miss all the constant barking. James Hector Glover, Rainbow Taxis. One 9410. I want to understand his role. John Hector Glover's bachelor flat shares a wall with Wellner Motors, which must have been hell in terms of noise pollution. It's the kind of building you hurried past unless you wanted to feel better about your own lot in life. No one was home. So really, we have not met this guy. We're told that he drove the dead cop back and forth on his last days. And there's no entry for Wellner Motors in the book. What happened when we went to Rainbow Taxi Service, where he works? They told us where to find him, right? But maybe we can go back there on day 2. We did meet him at Rainbow Taxi. So let's just remind ourselves. On day 1, it was 6967. Okay, so here was when we went to the taxi place, and he remembers where James Glover works today. Jefferson Market Garden. Okay. And then we went to Jefferson Market Garden, and we got this entry. All I did was give your husband a ride. That's a lie. I had a kid brother, Andy. He was convicted for armed robbery. He's the guy who says our detective was asking about him. So he's the guy who told us the judge was crooked. And our guy was asking about the judge. That's where we connected them. So it doesn't sound like he's a friend of Sylvia's. Doesn't sound like he is important to us beyond this case. All right. Okay, so that's that. Now I remember why we were tied into the taxi driver, because our dead cop was investigating the judge. Let's go back to the judge's office. Let's go back to the judge's office. So the judge is Willie Redner. Who is there. And if we read his entry on day 2, we've got 35271. Remember, they wouldn't let us in last time. Maybe they'll let us in now that he's dead. Once again, Yefremova and I are compelled to wait in Piston's car while he negotiates with the detective formerly in charge of the investigation into Judge Redner's death. No dice this time, he says. Face all dour. They're not granting us access. Okay, I guess that's not surprising. That was this one we did. Let's see where the chat wants to go. We could try Sylvia's other uncle, the shooter. He also had a second entry. Yes, he did. Remember, there's a person staying at Sylvia's apartment. Could he be the friend? Boy, that is a very good point. No, I think Jonathan has a very good point. I don't know why you canceled the alert. Because when we knocked on Sylvia's door, she did have a friend or a relative or something with the gold chain, and he knew where she was staying. She said, a true friend will find me in Italy. So now that we discovered she wasn't in Italy, we should go back to Sylvia's apartment and see if she's gone back there or if the friend knows where she is now. I like this idea. Okay, so that was at Sylvia. This is not really scene of crime. So actually, let me edit this. I'm not going to turn off scene of crime because she's not really the scene of crime. She's just right next door to the scene of the crime. Okay, but she's still bookmarked. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So our second day entry is 14406. Rodrigo Cabral. We find Rodrigo Cabral at the house on 98A Bleecker Street. He smiles from ear to ear and greets us with a bone-jarring shake. Got word from Sylvia. She says to tell you she's fine, and if you're clever, she's waiting for you. Huh. Okay. More hint that we're going to be able to find her, but we got to figure out where. And that was her friend, it seems. If you're clever, she's waiting for you. Well, eventually we're going to find her, but I don't know where to go yet. That's okay. Sylvia. Well, let's follow up on the other Lorenzo's, because she could be staying in the house where the uncle was that did the fake shooting. Or she could be hiding out at the scene of the crime that she knows well. So this was the entry, the father who told us we could find her, and then he winks. And then where is our other Lorenzo who was the shooter? It was a Lorenzo V. Did I not bookmark him? This guy in Italian Harlem. So here was our shooter. When we visited the first day, we heard a radio and he wasn't home or something. And then here we have a new entry, 42046. So this is our shooter. Our fake shooter, not our real shooter. Sorry, our fake shooter. Mr. Victor Lorenzo is in police custody and unavailable for questioning. We consider breaking into his house. There are too many tough guys loitering about staring at us. Even Piston eyes them warily. Now, let's try our luck tonight, Yefremova suggests, buzzing with nervous energy. She wants to break into more people's houses. Okay. So that was another one of our comeback on day 2. So it looks like we're going to get some late night leads here. Okay. So we have a couple more places that we've got in our notes to go back to. One was Bartholomew's house. They walked in front of a truck. Should we try that? 30405, Bartholomew's house. Let's see, assuming we bookmarked it. I don't know why I wouldn't bookmark it. So if you don't bookmark things, you've got a second chance, which is to go into the history, which should be all the places we clicked on or searched for. So it's a good way to be like, well, I remember we went to it and searched for it. And here he is right here. And so from here, I can bookmark it. Like, okay, I forgot to bookmark it, but I know we searched for it 24 hours ago. So it's a nice alternative way if you forget to bookmark. The history should have every place you've been. Okay, so here was Bazarov. And we did want to come back to his apartment day 2, 21898. Okay. 21898. We returned to Bazarov's house to discover nothing out of the ordinary. The place is entirely as we left it. All right, well, that's okay. We're just crossing our T's, dotting our I's here. So according to my notes, there are only 2 more places that we wanted to come back to on day 2. One was the speakeasy, and the other was 52757. What is 52757? I did not record what it was about. That gave us a way back. Oh, it was the taxi service if we want to talk to that guy on day 2. I'm just going to do that to make sure we said we did it. So we talked to our guy. I don't see why we need to talk to him again, but we can talk to him again. 44240. I mean, maybe he has heard something new about what's going on. He is a taxi driver. He might have connections. So this is the taxi service that is going to hopefully tell us where they think he is. At the Rainbow, sorry, I keep doing it. At the Rainbow Taxi Service, we find the dispatcher from yesterday. Today his lips are smeared with sauce from the sloppy hot dog in his hand. He waves us over as soon as we enter the premises. Hey fellas, I see you brought a friend. He shakes Detective Piston's hand, getting sauce on the officer's fingers. I thought I'd be seeing you again. James left a message for you. He came in last night and quit. He snaps the fingers on his free hand. Just quit. Then he says to me, if the funny man and the paper lady come by, tell them to just let it go. That's all. Only this morning, I remember the bugger hadn't returned his vehicle. That makes it a crime, right? Exciting stuff. Okay, now this is interesting because this taxi driver does have a reason to blame the judge for his brother. Now, why wouldn't he have killed him in the last year? But maybe he's finally putting 2 and 2 together and realizing the judge is the person that set his brother up. Is it possible this guy has killed the judge out of revenge for his brother? James Hector Glover. Have we checked James Hector Glover's home address? Does he have... we have been here, right? He's not home. No one's home at 247. But he's right next to Wellner Motors. But we did try to visit Wellner Motors, right? And there's no entry for that. Okay. I mean, it is odd. James Hector Glover, taxi driver, fled. To restate my long shot theory, yesterday when we first tried to visit Sylvia, we claimed to be old schoolmates, so she could be waiting for us at one of our houses or the club. I tried going to the Bitter Edge Club. There's no entry for it for some reason. But you're saying we do know our name. Did we visit his brother? We don't have an entry for his brother. There's no... There's only one Glover in the directory. You could try going to our house if you think we're in the directory. We have a last name of Brooks. This is not us. We're Derek Brooks, so we're not on those. We're neither of those people. Our character or Harlow's? Harlow Business Center. There's no other Harlow. The club we seems like we should be able to go to, but when I put in Bitter Edge, there's no entry for it. Let's go to the Speakeasy on day 2, and I think that will finish up our places to go back to. So it was the dental place across the street, which it looks like I didn't bookmark, but that's okay. Dental clinic. Okay, so this is where the Speakeasy was, 68620. And after this, we'll start following up on witness statements. Okay, so we're back at the Speakeasy. In daytime, the advanced dental clinic seems as normal as clouds in the sky. You'd never guess there was a Speakeasy in the basement. I'm not sure why we're here, but as we approach the building, a man in a charcoal suit catches Detective Piston's eye and beckons him over. He gestures for us to wait. After 5 minutes, he returns with bad news. We aren't allowed closer. Place is under observation by the guys officially called in to investigate Redner's assassination. Guess they found something in his house to point them here. Interesting. Okay, so, but not unexpected that there's no evidence for us here to do. That's kind of everything you would expect. You want to search for Yefremova. I mean, Yefremova is with us, so it seems odd that we would be trying to go to her house. But we could try going to Yefremova. Cyril. No entry. Okay, maybe she's probably operating under a false name. I'm guessing this is her in Greenwich Village, but she's got a man's name in the phone book. Okay, either way, this hasn't helped us much. Let's keep our eyes open for this taxi cab that he never returned. Is there anything in our detective's guide that we think would be important? We went to the medical examiner. Criminal and civil records, open on ongoing criminal cases. I wonder if there's any chance that any of these have any information for us. Vehicle registration, centralized taxi information. I mean, we've already talked to his taxi company, so I don't see how that helps us. But maybe criminal records. Maybe we could find the records of this brother of the taxi driver. Let's go to criminal and civil court records just to make sure. These two. Let's make sure there's no entry for these. 69565. So here would be a good time to use the table of contents. All right, so if we wanted to see about criminal court records, 69565. Oh, there is an entry. What about 63675? Wow, there's an entry for both of them. There's an entry in the criminal court records and an entry into ongoing cases. I wonder if they have any gossip about the judge. 43094. Yes, there's an entry for that too. Wow. All three of these have entries. Okay, let's start with our legal records. Criminal and civil court records, 69565. Okay, that's pretty cool. At the Archive for Civil Courts, we learned that Judge Redner had presided over a civil case brought by the Calvary Church congregation against the owner of the properties, John Henriquez. Holy cow. Holy cow. Now this is interesting for multiple reasons. Judge Redner presided over a case brought by the Calvary Church. Now, you recognize that name, right? Because one of our witnesses was from the Calvary Church, the old father, Father P. But also the owner of the Calvary Church. No, it was Calvary Church against an owner, John Henriquez. The property between East 21st and East 20th Street. And we could try visiting John Henriquez at home, which we haven't even looked up. All right, well, we'll definitely want to go to the Calvary Church to check about this. It's pretty cool, though, huh? And we should probably see if we can visit John Henriquez, the owner of WNYC, at home. That's pretty cool, I gotta say. So let's just look up and see if we can find Henriquez in here in case we can find him by his home. Where does he live? He lives right near the judge. Upper East Side, another swanky apartment. He lives in the same block as the judge? Holy crap, look at this. The judge and Enriquez live on the same block. How do you like that? Probably old friends. Time to knock on Enrique's door. 68763. We are not permitted entry into the mansion at 127 East 69th Street. An aggravated pit bull proves a very effective deterrent. To settle my racing heart, I tune into WNYC as we get back into Yefremova's car. This time of day, I know to expect one of my favorite segments. And now, folks, it's time for a few chuckles with our weekly segment, The Lighter Side, where we read the finest groaners, clinkers, and rib ticklers sent in by you, the listeners. Our first one comes from Miss Ida Farley of Flushing, who writes, "Why did the fella bring a ladder to the speakeasy? Because he heard the drinks were on the house." The reader pauses for canned laughter. Somehow the joke doesn't quite land for me. Here's one from Jimmy Brenner in the Bronx. "Say, why don't gangsters ever use calendars? Because they hate to be booked." And finally, from a Miss Harriet Gold of Queens. "My husband tried to fix the radio last week. Now it only plays when he kicks it, and only jazz because it's too beat to play anything else." Thanks to all our clever listeners. If you got a gag, groan, or giggle to share, send it to The Lighter Side, WNYC, Manhattan. And remember, if it makes us laugh or groan loud enough, we might just read yours on the air. Okay, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay. Let's keep going through our research directory. Now, this is one of the ways, just a little aside here, that New York Noir tries to be different from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective has 10 allies where you would learn some of this stuff, and you would always go to all of them, and it's like hints. And New York Noir tries to put a little more onus on you to be smart about figuring out where to go, because going to every place would be exhaustive. But we know at this point our case is involved in criminal court records. We have some reason to go there. We just went to this one, 69565. We've also got open cases at the Manhattan District Attorney and Prosecutor's Office. So actually, we have this entry here. We've missed our day one entry. This is a little tricky as a writer of a case, whether you need them to have gone here and whether. So sometimes in a case, I'll say, like, if it's day one or later, you can go here if we want the people to be able to read this, even if they missed it on day one. But if it doesn't say that, we're going to assume we're not allowed to go here and it's not important. But we are going to go here. But it is a question as a writer, when you write a case, for a given lead, do you want to let them go to the previous one that was available on day one, and then also go to this one? 38228. They're both valid ways. It's probably even better if you can get away with it of not letting them go to the day one entry. Make them wish they had thought of it. So probably better to do it this way if you can get away with it. Detective Piston gets us cleared for entry into the bowels of the building where the autumn chill does a fine impression of an Arctic winter. Damn it, I curse, it's colder than a witch's heart down here. Piston pulls a scarf from his coat pocket. That's why I came prepared. In a fit of gallantry, he passes the scarf to Yefremova and pulls up his collar. I'm too cold to feel crap for getting outdone. I'm too cold to feel crap for getting outdone. I don't really understand that one. This way, he says, leading us to a matronly woman guarding the archives. We searched diligently, our bodies warmed by generous helpings of coffee from the guard. Finally, I hit upon something. Hey, look at this. David Harrington, son of Edna Harrington, was killed by a person or persons unknown during a mugging on 16 July 1930. He was the leader of the National Maritime Union at the time. So, Yefremova asks, what's that got to do with the price of eggs? I subject her to my finest grin, the one known to melt ladies' hearts. Oh, nothing much, except the DA won a conviction which Judge Redner overturned, citing improper handling of evidence. Hey, good job, Tiger. Yeah, Yefremova adds. Not bad, Buster. Who did the DA finger for David's death? A guy named Bruno Titan. Does the record list an address? 127 East 69th Street. Does it mention the shipping company David was at odds with? It says here it was Express Distribution and Shipping. All right, let's try to understand this. Edna Harrington is one of our witnesses. So, what are we looking at here? A motive? Edna Harrington, her son is killed during a mugging. Leader of the National Maritime Union. This could be the dock stuff they were talking about. Okay, so she says, so what? Redner overturned the evidence against the leader of the National Maritime Union. So more corruption. Motive for Edna wanting to kill. She's the one that didn't look away, remember? But she can't be the shooter because there's a 30-foot shot. Okay, and then the National Maritime Union guy who was the killer is Bruno Titan. And we get an address, 127 East 69th Street. Does it mention the shipping company? Express Distribution. Let me understand this. He's mugged. Her son is David Harrington is mugged. Oh, he was the leader. David Harrington was the leader of National Union. Who did they finger for David's death? Bruno Titan. Does it mention the shipping company he was at odds with? Like, what are you talking about? What shipping company he was at odds with? That's the first time we're hearing about a shipping company he's at odds with. Something feels like it went wrong here. Like, we don't know about this. Where does this question come from? No one has said he was at odds with the shipping company. So how can we be asking about what shipping company? We're told there was a mugging. This one feels like a little, it should let you feel the Maritime Union was at odds. Okay, well, maybe we'll discover this later, but for now, this feels like a bit of a bug. Because here we're told a mugging. Maybe this would make sense as he's killed by a person's during a dispute with a distribution company, with a shipping company. I don't know. I wonder if we're going to find out that Express Distribution is the delivery truck that hit Bartholomew. Okay. So, but if I was doing this, I would make a little note to the author. But we're not at the right place. Okay, but Martinez is here so he could see it. Okay, not important though, but we do have information we want to write down here. Boy, the plot is thickening, huh? We've got David Harrington killed by Bruno Titan, 127 East 69th Street. And then we've got the National Maritime Union and Express Distribution. So put this in the put this in the category of when we follow up on our witnesses, which we'll do in a moment. Gossip regarding lawyers, maybe, and judges, 43094. Let's see if there's anything for us here. At the Association of the Bar, Detective Biston leverages his connections to get answers to some of our burning questions. Unfortunately, Yefremova and I are required to wait outside the building. When he returns, he's smiling like a duck on a pond. Turns out Fred Bonner was disbarred by Judge Redner. Yefremova's smile is positively vulpine. On what grounds? Well, the tittle-tattle is our Freddy boy started investigating the judge for taking bribes. Now Yefremova's smile is starting to scare me. Bribes for covering the ass of certain speakeasy? Piston shrugs and glances at me. Like a dog with a bone, isn't she? Well, no one in there will confirm that much. All they're willing to say, off the record, is charges of corruption against Freddy were cooked up and no one had the spine to oppose Judge Redner, despite everyone know full well Freddy was clean. So this is more about our little witnesses. It seems like day 2 is a little bit of an Agatha Christie situation where we've got this death and everyone, all the people out there waiting to scream at the judge had motive to dislike him. So could it be the old classic thing where they've all teamed up to kill him? It doesn't seem likely, but they all have some motive, which is a pretty neat thing. All right, well, I think that leads us naturally to the need to start checking up on our witnesses. So why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we'll start running down these witnesses and see if we can't learn a little bit more about whether they're all involved together. Doesn't feel like it, not with a 30-foot shot. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. So I think what we've got ahead of us is we're going to have to find Sylvia. We're going to have to run down all the leads on the witnesses. We have to figure out who the shooter was. I think maybe before we start doing all this, it would behoove us to spend a moment and look around at what buildings and places there are adjacent to the courthouse where he was shot. Because if he was shot 30 feet away, actually, not probably, but definitely, he would either have to be shot from a building here or here, or I suppose we don't think he could have been shot through here because you'd have to shoot through the building or from the administrative building. But let's just familiarize ourselves with the places across the streets. Tiger Lily, that's a florist, it looks like. Then we've got some people, some cigarette shops, and the mercantile building and the general store. And then on the same block, we've got some people, soup kitchen. From the block to the north, we've got a church, typewriter place, and on the block. All right, so pretty sure Martinez was saying the bug was just that the paragraph should have explained the dispute was ongoing. I don't think he was saying there was clues leaked or info. Yes, oh yes, we're absolutely going to follow up on those. Yes, I agree with you. I see what you were concerned about, but yes, I'm going to take everything we read in that paragraph to be information we should have, just that it should have been explained differently, or it may get filled in with the other places. Those are all witness related, so let's start following up on those. Let me make a proper list of our witness names, though, so that we can go through them properly. I'm going to make a card for each of them here. So, Rudolph Barrington, he's the secretary. Edna Harrington, I guess she's the one I'm most focused on because she seems to be the one that saw the shooting. She's also jittery and nervous, but doesn't seem to be that affected by it. She's also the one that doesn't say a fourth shot. Is that right? Is she the one who doesn't say a fourth shot? 3 shots. That's it. I find her a little bit suspicious. Okay, that's Edna. Of course, she couldn't be the shooter because the shooter's from 30 feet away. Then we have Father Patrick. Then we have Crystal Okada. Kavina Monaldo. Sounds like, and then Victor Lorenzo. That's the old man. Okay, he's in custody, and we know his motive for scaring the person, and we don't think he did the shooting. Okay, so now we have our list of witnesses we are going to start following up on. So why don't we start with that lead we were just tracing down and just talking about that, which is Edna Harrington. So when we read the lead about Edna Harrington, we learned about her son being killed. Her son, David, killed Judge Reed, the killer, we think, basically. Okay, so following up on that, we've got the name of the person who supposedly killed him, where he was. We're told that David ran the National Maritime Union and that the dispute was over express distribution and shipping. So let's try to trace down some of this. We also have not even bothered to look up Harrington, so we don't know. She may actually even... Here's Edna at her home. Should we check at her home and see if she remembers anything differently? Where does she live? She lives in Hudson Yards near the docks. All right, let's bookmark her and visit her. 61261. All right, let's knock on Edna's door and see what she says, what she remembers. Edna Harrington's house is a modest but well-maintained wooden structure, all of it painted white with cheerful flowers and little pots adorning the windowsills. I wonder who does the upkeep for her, I ask. Surely she's in no state to do it herself. The answer presents itself in the form of a burly dock worker with a walrus mustache who approaches us with a curt, "Hey, what you want with Mrs. Harrington? You're not here to make trouble, are you? I don't know your faces, but I sure know a cop when I see one. Coppers have never been much help to us." He pokes a sausage-shaped finger into Detective Piston's chest, who takes the abuse with admirable tranquility. "I'm not here for trouble, sir," he states flatly, "just hoping to chat with her." "Well, she's not here. I'll be doing some repairs on her house, which means I got eyes on the place, so I'll know if you lot come snooping again. We take care of our own round here, mainly on account of you pigs being in league with the shipping companies." He spits on my polished shoe. "Now, unless you got a warrant hidden in your..." He glances at Yefremova and amends his language. "Up your backside. I suggest you make like a tree." "Well, that's sound advice, sir," I say, and follow suit with the others not far behind me. Okay, look at this tough dock worker. He's poking this tough cop right in the chest. All right. Edna is in with the docks, and he's mentioning the shipping companies. So it's time for us to follow up on that. Okay, so there's a dispute with express distribution. It's time for us to follow this. Because this one was the weird one, I'm going to go to the National Maritime Union first, just to see if they mention it. National Maritime Union. Okay, let's go to it on the map. Here it is. In the Civic Center neighborhood. Is there an entry for it? Yes. 86936. on Beekman Street. Yefremova suggests that Piston keep clear of this interview because the union men are going to be as suspicious of you as street vendors about health inspectors. What about me? I ask. You stay outside too. You lack charm. An hour, 1 hour later, she returns to report. The word back there is Bruno Titan murdered David Harrington. Apparently, it's an open secret that Bruno is muscle for John Henriquez, owner of WNYC. So more tie-in with John Henriquez. What's he got against union men, I wonder aloud? Yefremova scoffs. Top dogs like him are always chums with so-called captains of industry. None of them want to see solidarity among common men. So it's another tie with our guy, John Enriquez, who's paired up with the judge, and the two of them are doing bad stuff. So a good reason for Edna to hate the judge. We should read again what she says. And here's a mention of Bruno Titan. No mention of the shipping company, but let's go look up Bruno Titan. But you know what I'm curious about again now? Now I want to see why she says she was there. Why does she say she was there? Does she admit it's about her brother, her son? No. She says, we say, why did you attend? She says, I wanted to hear the, let's see. They set the time. I wanted to hear the outcome. Just like my husband for his passing, I wanted to hear the outcome. They've been slandering dock workers. I don't have the money to bring a suit myself. So she is lying in the sense that she's not admitting my son was killed and I think the judge is to blame. She's just saying, they're slandering dock workers. I mean, her son represented the dock workers. So maybe, but she might not even know the judge is related to that. It is a bit suspicious, though. Okay. Let us go see if we can't find Brian Titan. Okay, there's no entry for Titan, but we were oddly given his address, 127 East 69th Street. So this is a good opportunity for me to talk about something here. So if we ran an advanced search, we could search for the name Bruno, but that's illegal because players with printed material couldn't do that search. So let's say we have an address, a street address, but we can't find someone's name, or we just want to go to this street address. Players can't normally search for a street address. There's no way to do that. But here's what you would do. 127 East 69th Street. Okay, so we would go back to our map. Remember, we're looking at the digital one, but you would have your atlases if you didn't. Let's clear neighborhoods. Okay, so let's find 69th Street. Okay, well, the park starts at 59th. So we're going to go up a little to 69th Street. Okay, here's 69th Street, running this way. West of the park would be here, East 69th Street. So you know East 69th Street is on one of these blocks. Now, I noticed that this is where the judge and Enriquez live, on 69th Street. Okay, Bruno Titan was at 127 East 69th Street. So we know it's somewhere on these blocks here. We don't know where, though. So what you would do in general is just look up one of these blocks in the reverse directory, like this one, and look for the street addresses. Well, we just happened to hammer right on it, and Bruno Titan, whose is listed address as the judge's address. Or not the judge's address, the radio guy's address. So David Harrington, Edna's son, is killed by someone whose listed address is the WNYC owner's address. Now, if you clicked on one and you were looking for 127 East 69th Street, you would just click on a place and you'd be like, okay, let me look for some 69th Street addresses. Okay, 205, and then this one is 333, so we're going in the wrong direction. You'd look over here, and you'd keep looking until you could narrow yourself down. Here's 39 East 69th Street, and eventually you would look on this block using the reverse directory, the physical directory. You'd look up block 39 of the Upper East Side and you'd find it. So that's how you could use the physical documents to find out from an address where they are. Okay, but that's very weird. Bruno Titan having an address of the WNYC guy's address. Let's try to find that express shipping and see what we can learn. Express delivery, express distribution and shipping. I believe that's what we were told. Express distribution and shipping, yes. Okay, where are they located? Not too far from the judge's place. On 3rd Avenue. Okay, let's go read the entry for them. 22978. No one at Express Distribution and Shipping is willing to speak to us without their lawyers present, which according to them could take weeks or even months to arrange. Huh, okay, makes sense. Did we visit the National Maritime Union yet? I don't think we did we? So I could search for it again, and we could also look it up in the yellow pages under unions. Is there not a union section? Yes, there are. Okay, so let's look up, just for fun, National Maritime Union. It seems like we did go there. I just forgot. Oh yeah, that's where she says, you stay outside, you lack charm. Bruno is muscle for John Enriquez, and he in fact lists his address. Bruno Titan, Titan. I believe I did Titan. Let me just make sure I didn't spell it wrong. Okay, so it feels like we've run down Edna Harrington's thread. And she's lying about why she's there, it seems, and she has motive to want to kill the judge. But she couldn't have been the shooter. She's too close. And we don't have any evidence that she's got dock workers that are friends with hers, but no evidence of another shooter. Okay, let's move on to our next witness. Who do you want to attack next? The priest? Okay, so the priest, we already got a little bit of a hint that his church is involved in some dispute with the judge, right? Can you remind me what the... Can you remind me where we learned about that? So he's at Cavalry Church, and what we learned is, I believe it was in the court records, that there was a dispute with the judge or with JH. 69565, is that right? Yeah, here was the entry. When we looked at court records, we're told that the judge presided over a civil case brought by the Cavalry Church congregation against the owner of the properties between East 21st and East 20th Street, which is John Enriquez. So again, it's Judge and John Enriquez. And do we need to know and find this property? I guess, let's see, property East 21st and 20th Street. So let's go down to the church and see what they... Let's go to Cavalry Church. I should write down his last name in case we need to go to his home too. Konovalov. Okay, let's start by going to his church and see what his church says. Cavalry Church, huh? Huh. No entry. No entry for Calvary. Calvary Church. Okay. Where is Calvary Church? In Greenwich Village. Okay. 31204. Okay, if it's before day 2, we shouldn't be here. But it's day 2. We meet the new priest of Calvary Church, one Father Aeneas Virgil. My literary education is only just good enough to think his parents played a crude joke on him. I say as much and he laughs. Well, since I've got you in a good mood, I press, care to shed some light on Father Konovalov's departure from the clergy? He remains a highly respected figure, though, if I'm honest, his demeanor is, well, darker than it used to be. I struggle to square that opinion with the avuncular priest I'd met this morning. Father Virgil notices my confusion and clarifies. Oh, the Gramercy Park incident left him a changed man, moribund, you might say. I'm not familiar with that incident. Oh, about 15 or 16 years ago, there was a sister church on the other side of the park, on the block between East 21st and 20th. It was a dilapidated building. Nonetheless, Father Konovalov was raising funds for a restoration project. Apparently, the building was of some historic significance. Unfortunately, a real estate developer bought the property and was planning to demolish it. The father led a civil case against the project, hoping to save it. Sadly, matters did not shake out in his favor. The old church was torn down. After that, I'm afraid to say he suffered a mental breakdown which precipitated his retirement. Took him 3 years to recover. At least he appeared to recover, but like I said, he's not the man who was once my spiritual mentor. All right, so it doesn't seem like there's any good reason to try to visit this rival church. This sounds like an all too realistic dispute. But look, this dispute was 15 years ago. The idea that he would kill the cop, kill the judge now, seems very far-fetched. So it feels to me like this issue is, I mean, he is the least of my concern. Now, did he lie about why he was there, though? I mean, he must surely blame the judge, but I don't know why he would... Why does he say he was there? Judge Redner and I were friends many decades ago. And he says chess matches to play for the rest of the day. Perhaps I'll have to cancel now, but Sic Vita Est. Let's not waste time on that. So he's lied about why he was there. Just wanted to catch up with old friends, but we know he surely must blame the judge for this ruling. However, I just don't see him. I mean, first of all, we know the shooter is not among this small group. So if he was the shooter, he'd have to have a partner. And that's just crazy that this priest would have a partner sharpshooter. So I think that's that for him. Who's next? How about the judge's personal secretary, Barrington? Shall we try to look him up in the directory? I don't think this guy might not be in the phone book. He might just be Barring. Yeah, I don't think this guy is in our Barrin. Yeah, this guy we can't find. I mean, we've been to his office. Presumably he's there. I suppose we could read his entry again to see if he gives any clue about where he is if we want to follow up with him. He's a personal secretary. We went to his office. I'm a survivor. I don't think we have anything. Well, we have no way to know how to get in touch with them. We went to the office, he's not there, and I can't look him up. So I think we're going to consider him out of the picture for now. Let's go next to Fred Bonner. Fred Bonner is the guy who's in late 30s. This is the teacher, music teacher. GV High School, he teaches at. And recognizes the bitter edge. Okay, let's go to the high school. So we could look it up, or we could go to Yellow Pages and go to schools, high school. Greenwich Village. Okay. 14528. At Greenwich Village High, we verify Fred Bonner had requested leave to attend the courthouse and that he's a much-loved music teacher. The principal opines he's got rhythm and a good relationship with most of his students. Used to be a lawyer, you know. Oh? Afromov encourages. Any idea why you left those crooks behind for the narrow path of teaching? The principal chuckled. Nope. His business is his business, but I'm glad we have him on staff. Between you and me, I sure hope his aspirations to run a radio show on music never takes him away from us. This was the guy who was actually used to be a lawyer. That's interesting. But this is the guy who wants WNYC, or he said he wants WNYC to be not found guilty. So he doesn't really have a motive against the judge. Can someone remind me, did we hear some gossip about him at the Association of the Bar? 43094. Used to be a lawyer. We do. I see he was lying because we did learn some gossip of him about him at the bar. He was disbarred by Judge Retner. Okay, so I guess we should make a note of that. So he was also lying about why he was there. He's probably there to scream at the judge. And we're told that the judge was investigating the speakeasy. Charges of corruption were cooked up. No one had the spine to oppose Judge Redner. Okay, so he's also lying, and he also does have a motive. Could we actually look him up if we wanted to? Is he in the white pages? Yes, he is. He's on Downing Street in Greenwich Village. Let's go knock on his door, see if there's anything to say. 34917. I mean, a beloved teacher shouldn't be an assassin. Mr. Bonnet's apartment is not officially registered as part of 10 Downing Street Apartments. This probably has something to do with the fact that his rooms sport a separate entrance on 26 Downing Street. We find the music teacher deeply engrossed in a chess match with Father Konovalov. I know as much about chess as a fish knows about ice skating. Piston, however, gives the board one glance and comments, "Sorry, Mr. Bonnet. Padre is going to checkmate you in 2 moves no matter what you do." Father Konovalov chuckles. "Ramaku tejijisti." Yefremova translates for my benefit. "You've hit the nail on the head." We engage the 2 men in conversation, slipping in questions as naturally as possible, but discover nothing of value apart from a few more Latin expressions. Dum vivis dice. Not sure what that means. They did admit to living in the same building, says Jonathan, so not such a surprise. It is. All of these people have their reasons to cook up killing the judge, but what kind of crazy conspiracy would that be? Okay, our next witness is Victor Lorenzo. That's the old man. We've already followed up with him as much as we can, and he said he just wanted to share him. So up next are the 2 suspicious people, the couple, the young gangster-looking couple that were getting their coffee. Crystal Mancado, the actress. I'm very curious about her. All right, let's see what we can learn about Crystal Now, she's the person that claims to be not related to this judge at all again, but she just saw something across the street she was interested in. Crystal Mancada, there she is. Again, another resident of Greenwich Village. All right, Crystal. Let's knock on her door and see what she has to say. 86450. We cannot find anyone at the address listed for Crystal Mancada. That's interesting. We just circle it in our book. Interesting. Okay, and no other Moncada. Okay, let's find Gavino, the boyfriend. Manaldo Gavino. And then there's an antique shop that we might check out. Okay, he's in Gramercy Park. I guess that makes sense. He lives next to the church. Now that's a little interesting. His house is within shooting range of the courthouse. Interesting. Okay. 73784. Jonathan says they implied that they were living together. That she was living with the gangster. All right, well, I'll see if that's true. On the drive over, we listened to the radio. This is WNYC, New York City's voice on the airwaves. Yesterday, city officials announced the cancellation of a march scheduled for September 6th. The march had been intended to honor the memory of labor organizer David Harrington. Last month, the leadership of the National Maritime Union petitioned the police for an official permit allowing the march to go ahead. The same leaders also requested a police escort for protection. The march would have taken place along all the major streets of the Hudson Yards. According to a statement from the mayor's office, the permit necessary for a peaceful public gathering was declined late yesterday evening by Judge Redner. No explanation was offered beyond concerns for maintaining public order. David Harrington, a prominent figure in the city's labor movement, was killed in 1930 under disputed circumstances during protracted negotiations with a shipping concern. The identity of the company involved has not been released, reportedly due to safety considerations. Union representatives expressed disappointment at the permit denial, but have urged members to remain calm and avoid unsanctioned demonstrations. In other local news, the Metropolitan Museum of Art has opened its autumn exhibit of Egyptian antiquities. No one is home at 625 6th Avenue. I wonder if this isn't a clue, a subtle little clue, that when we looked up Manaldo, we see that his family owns an antique shop. So if no one's home at his home, I wonder if they're working at the antique shop. No. Well, I wouldn't normally try to go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but since I don't know how else to find these two gangsters, woman and man, and he had an antique shop, maybe. Well, here's something that would be clever, right? Like, but you would expect there to be an entry in this if it was relevant. But if this place was closed, you might even say, okay, maybe we should try to find Dudek. The shop was in the Bowery, so the partner should be in the Bowery, but he's not in there. So I don't think this is related to us. But should we try going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art? It seems unlikely. But Metropolitan Museum of Art's a pretty cool place. Maybe we go there anyway. Where is it on the map? Metropolitan Museum of Art, attached right to the park. Let's see if there's an entry for it. No. Okay. Well, that's weird that we can't. I don't know if it's weird, but it's suspicious, maybe, is a way to say it. Can we check the death records for the gangster's guy's parents, see how they died? Did we have evidence that his parents died? What makes you think his parents died? Let's read the entries for these two again. See if anything jumps out at us that would help us track them down. They went to buy coffee. She saw something across the street that caught her attention, she says. Waltz over. She's an aspiring actress. She's between roles. And Yefremova comes in. She describes what she saw and heard. Gabby was there too, Mr. Ronaldo. Then we talked to Gavin. What does he say? She's staying at my place on West 19th Street. Oh, that's weird. What do you do for a living? He says, my parents are dead. I'm living off the... I see, that's what you're remembering. My parents are dead. It's a little odd, too. He says he's on West 19th Street. And yet, when we look up in the white pages for Ronaldo, we've got a place here. Oh, it is on 19th Street. Okay, I thought he gave us an address that was different. So he gave us his address. There's no one home. We're just listening to the radio. Okay, you want to look up and see if we can't find something about his parents' death, huh? Okay, let's try it. It's a good theory. Where's our research guide? All right, so if you wanted to find birth and death records, birth certificates and death registrar here. 89869. No entry for them. Interesting. Well, it's a good guess, though. He inherited the money. He's living on their inheritance. We could try looking up property and tax records, see if there's anything there related to our case. 65810. That's a good guess, though, Jonathan. No entry for 65810. Well, is there a talent agency in Greenwich Village or Gramercy Park we could try for the actress? It's an interesting idea. We can certainly try. Go back to the map. So, talent agencies, this would be a good time where you could use the sheet that said if you're looking for this, try this. There is a sheet to help you find places if you're not sure to look them up. I think, though, what we want is artists and performers would be for talent agencies. So we might scan this looking for something in Greenwich Village or GP. I don't really see talent agency any there. Let's see, where else would talent agencies be? Look up theaters. There's so many theaters though. How would we find her? It is weird that we can't find them, and he lives right across the street. Could try a gun shop in Greenwich Village, see who bought a gun there. Seems like a long shot. Let me just look in Greenwich Village, check out the gun shop in Greenwich Village. Empire Arms and Ammunition, no entry. Not surprising. Mercy Park gun shop? No. Is there a talent agent? Let me just look up. If we tried to look up talent, there's no place starting with talent agency. So I'm gonna, it seems unlikely. Is there, actually, there is a way to get this. Okay, so let's, I believe, in the printed version of the Yellow Pages at the front of it, it has like, if you're looking for this, try this. We could go to the bookshelf and look at the physical Yellow Pages, but I think also if we go to help, in fact, I don't have to go to it that way. I could go to it this way. Help with Yellow Pages search. If you're looking for talent agencies, see job services and employment agencies. Okay. So here's where we would have talent agencies. All right, that worked pretty well. We're getting some good tests of some of the systems here. So what we'll be looking for is a talent agency in Greenwich Village or Gramercy Park. Business administration helper, surely not. Talent agency. How great would it be if we could find her this way? That would be amazing. No, unfortunately not. Let me put a note here. As a playtester, this is too good a lead to pass up. All right, let's go back to our yellow pages. I mean, it's in Greenwich Village. It is a talent agency. That would be our best chance of finding her. I thought that might have worked. A good thought, Jonathan. The translation shop, no. That's it. Okay. All right. Well, we're in a weird situation here. I mean, on one hand, this is the kind of stuff we live for when we are at a roadblock. So we should try to enjoy this moment. Let's remember what we're trying to figure out. We have chased down the background of the witnesses. We found a good motive for a bunch of them. This is not the sheet I wanted. Where's my other list? Here is what we're supposed to do today. Where is Sylvia? Track down the witnesses to talk to them more. And then who is the shooter? All right. We could try to pivot to finding Sylvia. I think we should. But where is Sylvia? Where is Sylvia? Patty says, on a different thought, a few people on day 2 have mentioned chess, haven't they? Didn't that cop who got killed by the moving truck have chess stuff, including trophies, in his place? It's true, but then we talked to the guy and we saw him playing chess. The main person that seems like they would care about chess was playing chess with his apartment flatmate. So I don't know why there'd be more chess. Sylvia never mentions chess. I mean, I just don't. If we're looking, the problem is the people we're looking for don't have any background in chess. So I don't see how that helps us find Sylvia. The cop that got killed. Yeah, the guy who got killed, 2 of the guys who got killed were both cops. What do we know about Sylvia? She was the secretary of the judge, and she's on the run and she's hiding and we're trying to find her. Wow. How would we find Sylvia? I guess I would put on my list of things to do also. It's very odd that we can't find Okada Like these two witnesses, it's very odd that we can't get to them. The progress to day 2 just says when you think you know everything. So that doesn't give us much guidance. Let me look at this man and woman again. I was across the street to buy some coffee. I glanced across the street, saw this group of people gathering. I figured, hey, why not waltz over and see what's what? What do you do for a living? She says, I'm an actress, an aspiring actress. I work where I can find it. I'm between roles. Can't remember who is standing where. She hears 3 bangs, then she hears a 4th shot. Constable appears. He was yelling at me to stay where I was. Also, Gavi was there. Mr. Ronaldo. Chrissy was staying at my place on West 19th Street. Well, that's weird. It's weird that we can go to his house but not get in. We can't go to the antique shop, huh? And we go to his house and it just says we listen to the radio and no one's home. He was right across the street. Shall we just see if they have to be hanging out at the park? What's the odds of that? No. I mean, you got this big building. Is there any chance someone shot from there? No. We're grasping at straws now. Was there another Lorenzo that we haven't visited? Like, we went to 2 of them in Little Italy. One in Little Italy, but we didn't visit this one. We did visit this one. This is the old man who's in police custody. There's Sylvia. Baldovino we visited, but This guy doesn't have an entry. Ermenegildo in Italian Harlem does have an entry. But this is the guy who says, I don't know her, and we believe him. And then Lorenzo's salon, they don't work at. So we track down all the Lorenzos. Feels to me like the shot probably did come from the admin building, but since we can't go there, I don't know if we're just supposed to say that it was the admin building during the end of day. I don't know. All right, well, let's take a break, clear our heads. Maybe we can think of something when we come back. 8 minutes. One of the things that YouTube has messed with is my ability to snack while playing games. Normally I'd just be shoveling chocolate or whatever. Now in between breaks, I just eat food. I was eating some Triscuits and provolone cheese. I'm still searching for the perfect cracker. Most of these crackers have got too much stuff on them, too much flavor and salt. I still think the best crackers for cheese are those water crackers that basically have no salt. I'm a big fan of salt, but the cheese has the salt, the cracker doesn't need it. All right, now, I was poo-pooing Patty saying to follow up on chess shops, but then she says that Martinez left me this instruction on his way to bed. Remind them of the chess trophies. Now that does sound like it might be important. We have had a couple mentions of chess. Okay. So maybe if the two, maybe think of it this way. Maybe there is a chess connection here. The father priest played chess. And along with the other witness, they're both playing chess. And the cop who got killed had chess trophies. The bad partner had chess trophies. So what if we investigate the idea of a chess club being some connective tissue here? So where would we look up chess club? Probably in some sort of recreational thing. Game, fun, game store. Amusements and recreation. Card rooms, billiards, chess club in Greenwich Village. A whole bunch of chess clubs. Okay, but we've got one in Greenwich Village. Is there an entry for it? No. I mean, surely that would be the place where it would be. Unless we have another chess club in Greenwich Village, which wouldn't be crazy. Blackjack room. No, it'd have to be chess. Zach's Chess Club in the East Village. No. What about a chess club in Gramercy Park? So we should always keep in mind the possibility that something broke between versions of the directory. So there's always, as I said, a bit of a concern that it hasn't happened yet, but there is always at the back of my mind a concern that I've broken something in one of my directory updates. Can't go to this chess club. All right, well, I don't know why we were told to remind us that about the chess trophies if there's no chess club connection. I just don't see why, even if there was. Like, we're looking for... We're looking for Sylvia or these witnesses. I just don't see how that would lead us to Sylvia or the witnesses. The taxi driver has fled. What about... There was a dispute over property between 20th and 21st Street. Is that right? I mean, it's a little weird that that is so close east. The Cavalry Church had a dispute on between 20th and 21st Street, and the courthouse is on the possibly the next block. Is it possible that the building they were disputing is where the bullet was shot from? Um, that was when we went to Calvary Church. We went to Calvary Church. He says the Gramercy Park incident. What Gramercy Park? There is a sister church on the other side of the park, on the block between East 21st and 20th, a dilapidated building. A sister church. So are they talking about Church of Holy Communion? Probably not, right? Because it got bought out by this guy. Real estate dealer bought the property, was planning to demolish it. And that was a long time ago, though. So, hmm. We could try to do little reverse directory searches using the map around the detective's house and the priest's apartment to see if anything chest jumps out. It doesn't really seem right to me, but okay. There's the church. And where is our priest's apartment? They're all in Greenwich Village. Have we been to Henry Owen's house fully? That's the place we went to at night. Okay. That's Edna Harrington, whose son got killed. That's one of our witnesses. This is Fred, who's at the same place as the... Efremova was there too. The father was... No one's available at his apartment. I turned to Detective Piston. Can you think of anyone in the building who might spill some info on the father's movements? Bookmark this and go to it on the map. So that's where he's actually, we found him with Fred. They're playing chess. What are we missing? Oh, you said see if there's any chess places related. I just don't see how that's relevant to us. To back up a little bit, do we still think Bart just got in a traffic accident, or maybe the ghost got him? I'm thinking he was just drunk and walked into a truck, but I suppose we're told he got hit by a delivery truck in Greenwich Village. So I suppose you could say if we're searching for straws, you could look up delivery package stuff in Greenwich Village and see if we could figure out what package shipping. This is what we want. So we could see if there's information about the truck that hit him and killed him. Bazaroff we're talking about here. Van lines, no. Parcel and letter, no. We could reread that entry. Yes, we could reread that entry. Where did we hear about that? That he was hit by a car? Witnesses say he was killed in Greenwich Village. Witnesses say he stepped into the roadway, appeared disoriented before walking directly into the vehicle's path. The truck driver, whose name has not been released, is cooperating. A delivery truck, that's all we're told. Delivery truck. Reread the entry where it talked about his trophies. Okay, well, that was a late night entry. It was a late night entry of Bartholomew's house. So it was Bazarov's house when we snuck in, 73622. Okay, so Yefremova breaks in. We see a radio set. What kind of man smashes up an expensive radio? The same one who smashes a gold watch. Happy birthday, Bart. WRJH. We find a large kitchen, takeaway food, large bedroom. On wall is decorated with a bookshelf, 5 trophies for chess tournaments. Pictures which confirm he was a decent looking man. We see a book. The book hides liquor. We find the note. Dear son, sorry. Had enough. You got all the info. Are we thinking that Bazarov has a son that has all the info? In the box, there's a card. Dear son, sorry, had enough. You got all the info. That's this weird card that we don't really understand. And that's when we meet Piston. Whose real name is Martin Locke, aka Piston. But he's with us. I don't see how those chess trophies are of any use to us. They're just telling us what kind of person he is. The idea that they would be a key to our case that would crack the whole case open seems kind of crazy. This weird comment about the sun, though, is really throwing me. Like, is there another Bazarov? No, there's just our guy. And when we tried to go back the next day, it was exactly the same. Well, we tried to find the chess shop anyway. We can't, I mean, clearly we're supposed to find Sylvia, but because of the way the ambiguous day 2 instructions are written, it's hard to know when we're done, when we found enough. It sure doesn't feel like we found enough, but because this is so ambiguous, when you've identified all the most important points of information go here, like, it doesn't feel like we have, but is it possible we have? There's this whole thing about Chinese immigrations that we have Chinese immigration that we have never followed through on because we don't really know how. Let me go to the Chinatown police station. See if they know anything. Seems unlikely, but maybe we haven't followed anything in Chinatown because we think it's all bullshit. Where's the Chinatown police station? Oh, there it is. No, they don't even have an entry. What's the chance that there's some entry that we were supposed to return to and we forgot? If you're clever, she's waiting for you. If you're clever. I got word from Sylvia. She says to tell you she's fine. If you're clever, she's waiting for you. Let's look at our reference research guide again. See if there's some place we missed. We went to the coroner. Let me take a look at police labs. No one mentioned that they are like analyzing the ballistics or anything, so I don't see how that would be relevant. But special units. Look at all these special units. Anti-corruption task force? No. Firearm licenses? No. Internal affairs, were they investigating our people? No. Where would you go for ballistics? Is there really no ballistics entry? Feels like there should be a ballistics, don't you think? Feels like there needs to be a ballistics lab. Unless I'm missing it. There seems like there should be ballistics lab. It seems to me that the radio station owner has ties to a delivery company that David Harrington was fighting before he was killed. So it could have been that delivery company that hit Bart. Yes, you're right. That's a good idea. But we have tracked down the delivery company, and no one will talk to us without their lawyers. But I think you have a good point that maybe he didn't walk in front of a truck, but that delivery company hit him. I think you have a very good point. But it doesn't really help us. Just gonna scan through a couple of these. General City Record 36861. That doesn't feel like that should have an entry. It doesn't. Bankruptcy, political office, travel, driver's license, parking tickets, taxi information, telephone records. Let's see the New York Times where Yefremova works. 68666. No entry for that. That exhausts the research guide. So let's just talk a little bit. In the more modern New York Noir system, we normally use markers and required markers for the day, so you know if you found everything. But that's not to say that Martinez hasn't done something similar. He hasn't using markers, but what he did do was when we jumped to the end, when we said we think we know everything, for day one, it quizzed us and sent us back out if we didn't. So it's likely if we try to end the day today, it'll ask us some questions with some hints that'll send us back out. But that does seem like an admission of failure. Smuggling investigations and records at the U.S. Customs House, 75838. Seven. No. All right, I think we are done with the detective's research guide. What are we missing? We're missing, it feels like a bunch of stuff. Feels like we should know where Sylvia's hiding, but we don't. It feels like we should be able to find our gangster sounding boyfriend and girlfriend. They live across the street from the courthouse shooting, but we can't find them. we got people with motives that were confronting the judge, but no one who would do a shooting which had to be 30 feet away. No one with a partner. No gun shops. Are we missing something? Are we missing a place we were supposed to come back to? Are we missing a place we were supposed to come back to on day 2 that we didn't properly record? Police station isn't a double day entry. The Miners Theater. I mean, there is this guy, Owens, who's moving up the chain, but I don't think he has a double entry. He's the guy we broke into. If we think Hernandez is cleaning up, JH is cleaning up, I think the killer's probably just Titan on the roof or a high room of the admin building, since Titan was a previous hired gun. That's a pretty good guess, Jonathan. That's a pretty good guess. But we can't find this guy, Brian Titan. They all live right nearby. Not there, but here. So the judge lives on this block, Henriquez lives on this block. What's the odds they used to go to the Union Club together? No. What about the newspaper guy? Has he seen them? No. Boy, it was just very unfortunate timing that Martinez left when he did. Because we could sure use a hint. A hint about whether we should try to end today or what we're missing. It does seem like we should be able to find Sylvia and maybe who Bart was going to pass info to, but if it's just Titan in the admin building, maybe we have to just answer that as a quiz. Is it possible that... So we met the guy who said Sylvia went to Italy and her true friends will know where. And then what happened was on day 2, we went to her father. Her father on the first day says, hear about the Chinatown, but the guy won't talk to us. He mentions the judge. Okay. So, but on day 2, I read this as saying that she moved. Sylvia is not here, not anymore. She has a friend who helped. He winks before shutting the door. And then the other guy said, she's safe if you could find her. So when I read this, I read this to mean that she was there yesterday, so that the comment about she's in Italy was this, and that she was here and we resolved that clue and now she's somewhere else. But if he's not saying that she was there yesterday, then it might be that we still have the clue about she's somewhere in Italy. Check on Sylvia's relatives. We did. Here's all the Lorenzos. We went to all of them. One is the old man who's in jail. We're not allowed to go there anymore. This is her house. Yes, we tried to go to the salon. I tried to go to all the Lorenzos. This is when we talked to Rodrigo Cabral. She says to tell you she's safe. If you're clever, she's waiting for you. I mean, remember, this is where 98A and then 98, this was the scene of the crime. Can we look at the hints? There's no hints in this game. Is there a day 2 on Lorenzo V? Yes, there is. It's where he says he's arrested and the cops are talking to him. Try your luck tonight. So Yefremova wants to come back there tonight. So she could be there. Sylvia could be at this old guy's house. That would make a lot of sense. But it would mean we couldn't answer it till tonight. Is it possible? Is it possible that... Is it possible that Sylvia is the shooter and the old relative of hers the old man was there as a distraction. Like, that's a pretty clever team up, right? Like, one guy shoots the blanks, makes these loud noises, distracts everyone so no one will pay attention, no one will notice the fourth shot coming from someone else. But I think Jonathan's theory is a little cleaner, that it's this guy Titan. But then it would have to be that JH was lying when he was pretending to want the killer of the judge. Can we go to the police to talk to him? I think, I don't think there's a double day entry for the police. So we went to the Greenwich Village police. We tried going to the Gramercy Park police. There's no entry for that. There's always the possibility. That's why it's really a shame that Martinez couldn't be here, because he could tell us whether there was a bug or whether we just haven't found it. So here's the police station, but this was meant for a first day thing. There's no day 2 police station. Where is Sylvia? We don't know. Who's the shooter? We don't know. How do we find these extra witnesses that are hiding? We don't know. Has he been shot by the WNYC mastermind behind all this? Or has he been shot as revenge for something and the WNYC mastermind guy is genuinely upset about it? We don't know. It feels very weird that we can't find those 2 other witnesses, to me. Is there a chess club by where the judge and JH are? I suppose we could check. I would consider that a problem with the case design if this all hinged on a chess club, to be honest. Just because it doesn't make any sense to me that the critical stuff would all be chess club related. So the judge, they all are in the Upper East Side. So if we look up amusements and look for a chess club in the Upper East Side. I'm just looking for any amusement place in the Upper East Side. I don't even see. Here's the high roller room. No. No, there's no chess club in the upper. Well, where's that chess club here? Chess clubs. GVLSBO, Upper West Side, Washington Heights. No, nowhere near where the judge is. And that just wouldn't make any sense. What are we missing? I guess the idea is we need to find the chess code to be able to deduce who the sun is mentioned in the cryptic notes. I mean, that is a really good question. Like, what is that talking about? It's also very confusing. Okay, let's read that again. I don't. This is so weird. It's so weird because of where we see the note. So we see a book. It's a hidden book. Inside the book is what he expected, which is a bottle of moonshine. We open the lid, which is disguised as a book, to show her, and she says, "Good job." And what's in this fake book? It's a bottle of moonshine with a label that leads us to the speakeasy. Okay, that part makes sense. But then what's happened? Inside the hidden book is a note, a card. And the card says, written in a drunk scrawl, "Dear son, sorry. Had enough. You got all the info." Like, it's not a note left on the table. It's a note left in this fake book. But it is very tempting. It says, "You got all the info." So who would be his... Is it him writing to his son, or is someone left this note for him? If it was on the table, it would be so much clearer that he was writing it and then went off to walk in front of a truck. But the fact that it's hidden here makes it confusing. Okay, but let's assume that he's writing it and he's saying someone has some info. Who is his son? Can we look up birth records? We tried that, right? Birth and death records, 89869. I think we tried that and we couldn't find any. And you guys are thinking somehow his son is at the chess club and there's no other way to find him, and he's not in the directory by last name. Hmm. It is weird that this guy Piston also uses the word sun in the same entry. We got tackled by the guy who was in his house. Is Piston his son? Or is he talking to him like son as a different word? I mean, we're with this guy, so I don't know why we would look him up, but we could try looking up this guy whose last name is Locke. Martin Locke is not in the directory. Let me just point out this Piston. Here's the entry. Dear son, sorry. And then now I just want to show you something. In the next page, next paragraph, we meet this guy Piston. He says, peace, son. And then here he says, don't know where you learned to tussle like that, son. Boy, that's weird. And he is in this house, so like, is this guy? Boy, that's weird. Way back we left a note. Do we think that was Piston? That absolutely was Piston. Somewhere he confirms it to us. Somewhere he confirms to us that he's the one who left the note. I wish we could ask Yefremova. Well, it hurts to admit that we need help here. I just don't know. This is a classic problem where you don't know if you've got a bug. And so if someone could tell you, hey, you can figure this out, you have everything you need to figure it out, there's no bug, that puts you on one track. And the fact that there's that in the back of our mind puts us on a different track where it's like, how long and what are the odds that we're facing something that we absolutely cannot solve? Either because there's a bug introduced in several different places it could have been introduced, or because we're meant to end the day now and we figured out all we can figure out. It doesn't feel like it, though. What about, I still find it exceedingly odd that we can't talk to this couple, these two witnesses. We know she's an actress. Would she be acting in any play? The problem is we have two neighborhoods we'd have to check, and there's lots of places she could be performing. So we know that she's lives in Greenwich Village, but she's staying with the boyfriend in Gramercy Park. So we would be looking for what? Theaters? And playhouses in Greenwich Village or Gramercy Park. Let's just see if we can stumble on one here. Just feels like we should be able to talk to her. We could talk to every other person, witness, but now two of them have just disappeared. That's very bizarre for no reason. This is pretty easy to do with the online tool, but you can see how many theaters there are. So if you were writing a case and you wanted people to have to track her down by theater, you'd have to put entries in some of these. Because after a player checks 10 of them, they would stop checking. So really, it shouldn't be that we're checking her in theater. Let's see. Do you want to leave for tonight and come back, continue with Martinez tomorrow? I think that's an interesting point. That is certainly a possibility for us. Not being familiar with the game, do you have to end the day before you go to the night clues? Yes, you must. The only way for us to get into the night clues is to choose the option that says when we think we figured out everything we can figure out, which is a tough pill to swallow. John says, I don't know if I'm concerned with the two missing young people. When we went to Edna's, we just met a grumpy dock worker, and we couldn't go to the lawyer assistant on day 2. That's an interesting point. But we found his empty apartment. We found her empty apartment. And they're very suspicious to me. So, like, why would it be teasing us with not being able to talk to them? You don't find that very suspicious, but I sure do. They live here across the street from the courthouse. And he's got an antique shop. Well, the antique shop is down the street. But look at the entry for him. Let's read this again. We drive over, and we're just listening to the radio. And we hear about David Harrington, which is Edna Harrington's son that got killed. And then there's a mention of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, which we couldn't get into. And then it just says no one's home. You don't find that fishy? I tried going in the park to see if they were hanging out in the park, right? I don't think there's any entrances in this case for canvassing blocks. There's the courthouse. I don't think this case lets you canvass blocks. Structure under construction. Again, I said the same thing. Hmm. Sylvia has no connection to chess. All right, I think what we're going to have to do is we are going to have to admit to some failure here and not being sure if it's a bug or a problem or something we've overlooked. So what we're going to do is we're going to read this entry and we're going to see if the game is going to save us from ourselves. So let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back, and I think unless someone has a better idea, we're going to read this entry. And we're going to find out if the game tests us to see if we're missing something, or if it allows us some late night lead, or if it leaks information we wish it didn't, or if it suggests something that tells us we've got something wrong. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we've been playing for 5 hours. We have been stuck for the last hour trying to make progress. Lots of theories, lots of ideas for chasing down leads. Most have come to nothing. But we do have a little bit, well, I don't know how much it's going to save us, but Patty, who helped edit the case, we've been having a long discussion about the chess angle and which people we should be able to find. What's this comment about son? This note that seems to suggest he might have a son. Martinez leaving us a hint to remember to look at the chess trophies. So there's a bunch of stuff to discuss here. I'm aware that we've 5 hours. People are probably getting a little tired, but I think there's stuff worth discussing. So went into the yellow pages. We tried to find the woman actress, whatever. Now, we went for chess clubs. Now, one question is, how are chess clubs listed? Well, I happen to know they're in amusements and recreation, along with card clubs and pool and whatever. And you can see there are actually a bunch of different chess clubs. Here's Zach's Chess Club. And quite a few of them, in fact, are in Greenwich Village. That's true of real life, too. Zach's Chess Club is in the East Village, but we've also got at least 2 chess clubs in Greenwich Village. And Gramercy Park doesn't have one, but here is Chess Club in Greenwich Village. Now, we tried to go to that. There's no entry. Okay, now, so that seemed to suggest this was a red herring. In the chat, Patty says, do you have an entry with Marshall Chess Club? So I've come back and I've looked again here in this yellow pages section, and it's not here. Now, you can go in the white pages and we can search for Marshall Chess Club. And in fact, there is a Marshall Chess Club. So the question is, what has gone wrong here? And I'm going to show you what's gone wrong. So if we go into the settings here and we put on a little cheat flag that lets us see categories, which you don't have access to in the normal white pages and yellow pages, you'll notice something. The Marshall Chess Club is filed under associations, not under amusements and recreations. So what has happened? I think what we can assume is that Martinez has written this case, needs an entry for a chess club, comes across a chess club, and uses the chess club. And we could consider this a kind of a bug in the directories. Now, is it technically necessarily a bug? Probably not, in the sense that in the real world, you might imagine things called clubs are sometimes going to be registered as sort of places for amusement and sometimes listed under associations. And in fact, if we go to the yellow pages and look up clubs and associations, I think it's under societies and associations, social clubs, associations, and charities. You'll see we probably have a mix of things, some of which you might think are in different places. Here's the Chemist Club, the Cherokee Club, Colony Club, Daughters of Israel, the Dice Game Guild. Like, should this be under amusements? And then somewhere in here, we're going to see the Marshall Chess Club. Now, maybe there's a lot of clubs here, but maybe you could ask that people get good enough at this game that they know they have to look in the associations and clubs as well as other places. And we're going to go visit the Marshall Chess Club here and go read it and see how much it solves. But I do think, so I think the one solution is to go through the clubs and move everything that looks like it could be in recreation or someplace elsewhere. Clubs should probably be the second choice if there's a place that belongs in two places. But I do think there's a bigger picture philosophy of how to avoid these kinds of things. And I've mentioned it today previously. And it has to do with the concept of a near miss. Maybe you might call it near miss encouragement, etc. And it's a sort of unspoken philosophy. There aren't books about how to write these kinds of cases, but this is a philosophical point that authors of cases should have ingrained into them. And maybe Jonathan can anticipate what I'm going to say. But basically it goes something like this. If you want players to figure out that they should track down the chess club that this person went to, you should have entries in all the nearby chess clubs. And most of them can say something like, I went asking if anyone knows Bartholomew and they didn't know him. Or I went to this Zach's chess club and it was closed. In the same way that if you want players to figure out that, oh, maybe they bought a gun at a gun shop, or maybe they pawned this necklace at a pawn shop, it's very important that most of, if not all, the nearby pawn shops have some entry in them, and then the important one can have your big long entry. But you must beware, because when players go to a place, they have an idea, oh, maybe she's performing at a theater, and they go to the nearest theater and they don't see an entry. The conclusion is that's the wrong approach. And I'm not going to check the other 5 theaters because I've gotten this negative reinforcement from going to the theater where there was no entry. That's why you have to try to put little null entries in, little entries that are just like, no, this isn't right, but you might be on the right trail. But Jonathan, this is absolutely something that could be the fault of changing the directories, because Jonathan could absolutely be right. It might have been that in the directories that Martinez worked with, this might have been the only chess club in the area. Yeah, it is. This is one of these things that's hard for the new directories not to have caused problems with, because new places get added and it's hard to backfill. But okay. That's our just discussion. That's not laying blame anywhere. That's just a discussion of this is the kind of thing that happens. It's certainly not the first time it's happened to us. It happens quite frequently. Okay, so let's go back to our game and visit the Marshall Chess Club. Okay, 47250. It looks like it was a key one. I think it's a separate question whether chess club should be the key thing, because boy, this seems like a stretch to me. Okay, so you can only go there on day 2. Here we go. The Marshall Chess Club sits 2 steps below street level. A painted sign above the entrance reads open, but the glass door is too fogged to see through. Inside, the smell of pipe smoke and linseed oil lingers like a second ceiling. Wooden tables, nicked and stained from decades of intense matches, are arranged in uneven rows across the cramped space. The walls are crowded with faded photos of young men and women in dark suits shaking hands before battles played in silence. Detective Bazarov features in 5 of those pictures. At the far end of the room, beneath a mounted portrait of Jose Raul Capablanca, a pot-bellied stove warms a ring of battered leather chairs, where the oldest members of the club sit gathered like sages of the chess universe. We approach the men and women seated in the chairs and introduce ourselves. By the way, playtesters should have had impossibility of finding this chess club. So other playtesters should have flagged this. But maybe Jonathan's theory is right. Maybe in early versions of the directory, it was easier to find this chess club. I'm not so sure, though. I think maybe the playtesters didn't find it and didn't report the problem. Okay, we approach the men and women seated in the chairs and introduce ourselves. So, Yefremova leads. Detective Bazarov was a member. She gestures at his pictures. The 3 men and 3 women in the chairs nod slowly, almost in perfect unison. Not a surprise, really, a gray-headed woman with lively eyes remarks. He went downhill fast, starting last year. What a mind he possessed. Shameful waste. Did he stop coming to the club? Yefremova asked. Oh, yes, since last year. Yefremova's voice drops, becoming low and intense. We're curious about whether anyone came around here asking about Detective Bazarov. The gray-haired woman looks Yefremova in the eye, but says nothing. Slowly she meets my eyes, then Detective Piston's. Finally, she makes eye contact with each of the other members of the club's elite. It feels to me as if they're speaking mind to mind. You, she answers, must be thinking of the kid. Never gave us a name, but 2 months ago he came around asking about Bazarov. It was clear as day who he was. An illegitimate son. He had dark hair and freckles just like Bazarov. Apart from that, he possessed an energy that reminded everyone of Bazarov on his best days. We were very careful. We didn't ask many questions, didn't want to spook the kid. Because, you see, we all hoped, well, she sighs and her voice breaks. One of her companions, a man who resembles Teddy Roosevelt, takes up the tale. Well, we had all hoped this kid would bring Bazarov back to life, but he was too far gone. We never saw either Bazarov or his son again. A thrill of exhilaration buzzes through me. Followed instantly by something darker, and something I cannot name. I look at Yefremova and see it in her eyes too, but I cannot read Piston. Are you sure you never heard his name or any information about where he was staying? The conclave of chess sit in silence for long seconds. Again, I feel as if they're conferring telepathically, which is nonsense, obviously. Finally, the gray-haired woman speaks. Judging from his accent, he was from Texas. He mentioned something about working on a ranch. That's all we know. Before leaving, an idea strikes me, and I turn back to the conclave. Excuse me, but is there a Father Patrick Konovalov in your club? Yes, the woman responds. He's a regular with tremendous skill. Now that I think of it, he's also the one who spent the most time talking to Bazarov's son. Him and Victor Lorenzo. Well, I think this theory of a plot is feeling more and more plausible. The coincidences are too big. Victor Lorenzo is the old guy who fired the shots that were blanks. Father Patrick Konovalov is one of our other witnesses who hates the judge. Fred Bonnert is also a chess player and also has reason to hate the judge. And Edna has another reason to hate the judge. They feel like they all have good motives. And this feels like maybe they plan to get revenge. Maybe the son is the shooter. Now, could we find the son? Jonathan wants to see if we could have found this club through the reverse directory. Okay, let's see where the club is. So here's where the chess club is. And what is it near? It's not really near anything. I mean, a little bit further away. I don't know why we've got Royal Arcanum here. Oh, because we're in the yellow pages. Let's go to in under clubs. It's showing all the clubs here. But if I go to bookmarks, I'll see the Marshall Chess Club and all the other places we've bookmarked. So Jefferson Market Garden is here. Here's Greenwich Village High. Here's the Dental Speakeasy. Here's Owens, who is right next to the taxi service. So here's Bazarov's apartment. So the chess club is quite far away. Did Fred sound like he had a Texas accent? I'll tell you who had a Texas accent. The young gangster girl. Let's go read if the guy had a Texas accent too. But the Crystal, the actress, sure did. Oh, South Carolina accent. Okay, that's not quite the same as Texas. And what about Gavino Monaldo? Certainly doesn't sound like Texas. And we know he's got a house. He's got an apartment in Gramercy Park, so he's not flying in from Texas. That was weird about his son, though. How are we supposed to... Okay, well, that was very cool and very useful. But with that said, it doesn't really solve our problems. Does it? It doesn't find us Sylvia. It doesn't... I mean, it points to the fact that he might be the killer. But it just gives us one more suspect. You mentioned something about working on a ranch. How the hell are we going to find that guy? Texas working on a ranch. How the hell are we going to find that guy in Manhattan? You want to know if Fred sounds like a Texas accent, huh? In his late 30s, tapping his right foot, whistling something I recall hearing on the radio. Professionally dressed, not rich. Speaks like a locomotive. No, this is our teacher, right? This is our long-standing teacher. This is not someone who's just flown in from out of town working on a ranch. Feels like if you wanted, also, this is going back to the previous chess club, if you wanted us to really track down Bazarov's son, it might have been nice if that note was clear, and maybe pictures on the wall should have been of Bazarov and his son. That would have been a little bit of a better clue that we should find his son. But maybe they were of his son and I just overlooked it. Is there a ranchers association or a slaughterhouse? I mean, really? A slaughterhouse? That's going to connect us to a rancher in Texas? I mean, I suppose I could go to social clubs. That's just a lot of social clubs. Just too big a so you might think you'd like to filter these by neighborhood, but the game doesn't want to let you do that because that you couldn't do with the paper versions. The odds, is there a rancher place? There's too many to go through. I mean, there are could go to the airport. We could go to the agriculture section. Farms. But where would we find Texas? We did get physical description of everyone. Should we be looking at the should we be looking at his physical description again? Like Bazarov description, could we match up with someone's description? So Gavino Monaldo is page 25. Where is our late night? Probably shouldn't. I shouldn't just be scanning this. It's more likely to run into trouble. I'm just trying to think if we could match him up not by Texas accent but by look, but that would be too weird to be mention his Texas accent and then have us match him up by look. That would be very bizarre. Seven, 3, 6, 8, 4. So they say at the chess club they knew he was the son immediately by the way he looked. And we do see photos of him, right? We see the gold watch, the radio shop. We've got the chess tournaments. Between the trophies are pictures which confirm Bazarov was a decent looking man, fit, muscular, with a chin like a brick. No family or friends, unless he got rid of those. Dark hair and a few freckles over his nose. So I suppose you could ask yourself, well, if we think one of these people is looking like him, we would be looking for dark freckles with nose, but I don't see it. I agree with you. It does feel like we're maybe supposed to have recognized him. Let's reread that chess club entry again. Did anyone come here looking for him? They look 2 months ago. An illegitimate son. Dark hair and freckles just like Bazarov. He had an energy. It's definitely not Piston, because Piston is there. That's a good sign. You never heard his name or any information about where he was staying. Judging from his accent, he was from Texas. That's all we know. And he was hanging out with Victor Lorenzo. Father Patrick Konovalov and Victor Lorenzo. The guy who's staying in Sylvia's apartment isn't with an accent, is he? I got the impression that he was Hispanic. Speaking only with a light accent. A bald Hispanic man in his late 50s. Okay, well, that's not him. What about if he's from out of town? He'd have to stay in a hotel, presumably. What about hotels in Greenwich Village? That's an interesting angle. There's a lot of hotels, though. No. There's a lot of hotels, but not most of them aren't in Greenwich Village. Now, I've hit 2 blank hotels, so if I was normally playing a normal game, I would stop here, assuming that if there wasn't an entry for the first couple I checked, I would probably stop. Here's another Greenwich Village hotel. And yet another one, Mill's house. It's a good idea, though. He's come from out of town. He should be staying at a hotel or a boarding house. Let's quickly scan boarding houses. I'm just looking in Greenwich Village. There's too many. Okay, well, unless anyone has any other ideas, I think we're back to our same place we were, and we're going to have to go to the end of the day 2 and see what happens and see if it gives us some guidance. Because I don't think I'm at a loss. Yes, I could be staying with a friend. Okay, so I think that's it for us. I think we're well and duly stuck. So we are going to go to page 2, which is a little ambiguous. When you believe you have identified all the most important points of information, I don't believe we have, but I don't know what else to do. What would be our theory that the long-lost son was shooting from the admin building? Yes, our theory is that the long-lost son has met up with people that... The long-lost son has met up with people who all hate the judge. And they have formed a plan, and their plan is to form this little semicircle around the judge so that someone can take a shot and kill him to put a stop to him. And that it's Bazarov's son who's the actual shooter. He would be experienced with a rifle if he's from Texas. I don't suppose... Well, let's see. If he's shooting from either the admin building or one of these other places, not the soup kitchen, but could he... I mean, there's Minaldo Gavino's house. I'm looking if there's anything Texas related in any of these neighboring places. I don't fully understand the spatial direction of where you would shoot from, so I'm really not quite sure about that. We tried the Church of Holy Communion, thinking that that was where they had their disagreement. I don't see any hotel right around there. I'm hoping that when we try to end this day, it'll give us a little bit of a hint about what we're missing. Okay, you have any alternative theory before I read this? Before I read this entry and see... We don't know what's going to happen when we read this. It could say, okay, do some late night leads. It could say, I hope you figured out that this person was hiding here. It could say, do you know who did this? Go back out if you don't. 73009. Let's find out. Okay, end of day briefing. I face the mirror in my office. Detective Peter Harrow's face stares back at me. There's more life to it now than I've ever seen before, even when he visited my comedy club. It's almost like a painting of the man in his prime, only far too realistic. There's a knot in my throat, not of fear, but something else. I know I will never see him again after tonight, and his presence will leave me forever. Again, words appear in my head. Have you investigated the death of David Harrington? His case remains open. Yes, we did. Consider the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Okay, I don't know what this formatting here is. 1A, I don't get that. Have you visited the Union? Yes. I mean, we've investigated it. We did go to the district attorney. We visited the Union. We visited the school where Fred Bonner. We visited the autopsy lab. Okay, did we visit ballistics lab? All right, we couldn't find a ballistics lab, and I complained that there should be one. So why did that happen? That seems like a bug in perhaps the new directory. Oh, maybe it's under labs, not special units. It's under labs. Okay, that's an interesting fault of mine for not knowing my own directory. So I said, why isn't there a ballistics lab? But actually, there's lots of labs. So let's see if we can't learn a little bit about this gun now. 62753. Okay, and let me write down this one so we can come back to it. 3009. This is end day 2. Okay. So 62753. I guess this one is my fault. Yefremova and I enjoy coffee and donuts from a street vendor while Detective Piston ventures inside the brown brick building. When he reemerges, the smile on his face fires my hope that there's some new information, some firm information. Well, no cartridges were retrieved from the scene. Our expert in there, he hooks a thumb back to the building, confirms that 3 blanks were fired from the .38 Enfield revolver taken from Mr. Victor Lorenzo. 1 slug was recovered. Preliminary hypothesis is that the slug penetrated the judge and embedded itself in the door jamb behind him where it was recovered. Looks like it went straight through his sternum and his heart. So our perpetrator is something of a marksman. The ammunition was a .30-30 round, probably fired from a Winchester 1894 model. I say, translate that into civilian, please. I don't much like guns. Piston chuckles. Well, you know those medium-length guns they use in cowboy movies? The one with the lever action reloading mechanism? He mimics holding a rifle in 2 hands and doing the forwards and backwards motion with his right hand, the same hand that would discharge the gun. Its length makes it easy to conceal under a coat, packs a decent punch, especially at close or medium range. Great. That makes me feel all kinds of safe. Okay, cowboy, this is more clues that it is our Texas rancher guy, huh? It's like a short rifle. It's a short lever reloaded rifle. A person in a business that's open all day see it like a post office. I mean, you could say if we think he fired from a rooftop somewhere, we could check all the buildings within what would be 30 feet of the courthouse. Okay, courthouse is in here. I mean, it's hard to know. There's the Flatiron building. That's a tall building. I don't know where the lounge is. No. We don't really understand where the shot came from, though. But maybe we were thinking it's either north of it or south of it. So south of it would be the Mercantile building. This general store we went to before. The cigarette shops, no. Tiger Lily is a florist. I don't see how they have a roof, but maybe, no. Could it have been from someone's apartment? No. Okay, what about here? We tried these are all just companies. It's hard to imagine checking all of these. Ferro Corp, Square Ring, Post Office. Okay, well, there's a post office entry. So post office is 37,000. I'm not sure on what basis we would have for going to the post office, but let's check it. Maybe there's some other reason we would go there that it's going to fill us in on. One teenage employee at the Gramercy Park post office confirms he was standing by the entrance on West 20th having a smoke at 7:30 this morning. I saw a cabbie waiting on the other side of the street. Nothing unusual about that. It was right by the curb where the courtroom separated from the admin building. I finished my smoke and got back into the sorting room. When I heard the shooting start, I checked my watch and it was 8 a.m. Figured you lot would be asking me about stuff like that, which is why I checked. Then, being the brave lad I am, I rushed to the door. Can't say I remember how many shots were fired, more than 2 for sure. And when I opened the door to West 20th, I saw the cabbie speed away. Thank you, lad, Piston says. Now, what with you being so nimble of mind, did you spot the cab company? The boy goes red, mouth dropping open. No, I didn't, sorry. Well, can you specify the number of occupants in the taxi? Can you describe any of them? The lad's face must have been close to exploding. No. Piston pats him on the shoulder. Next time, son, next time. You've done good enough. So, I saw a cabbie waiting on the other side of the street. So this is his getaway car. And this is probably his getaway car. Now remember, the taxi driver has reason to hate the judge too. So it really sounds to me like maybe the ghost has contacted all these people and had them organize them all into this group effort. But it sounds to me like the taxi driver is the getaway driver. Not the shooter, perhaps. However, we're in Gramercy Park. What about the taxi company that works Gramercy Park? Because Rainbow Taxi was in Greenwich Village. What company serves Gramercy Park? Black Tie Limousine, no entry. Anyone else handling Gramercy Park? Empire State Taxi, no entry. I guess that's it. Okay, not a taxi company. Okay. I mean, I suppose if we found the post office, you could ask if any of the other places on this block saw anything. The Royal Order of the Moose, did they see anything? Office Equipment Store, did they see anything? Typewriter, canvas block, no. Okay. So it sounds like they're all working together to me. I think we're back to our saying, unless anything is jarred a memory of anyone else, it feels like we are back to reading the end questions. Okay, have you visited ballistics now? That was good. Now, have you visited the Association of the Bar? Yes. Have you been to the church where the father was a priest? Yes. Have you investigated civil records for details of the suit? I believe we have. Have you spoken to the doorman? Huh. You would think that would have occurred to me, since I'm the one who keeps harping on that mechanic of the doorman. Have I gotten so deep involved that I completely forgotten? So let's see if that's right. I mean, there's two of them. They were in that same apartment building. I think we should have thought to check. I guess we should have thought to check. That's shame on me. Although we were trying to locate anyone, so... But yes, I suppose if we thought this guy might have a visitor, the Texan, we should have talked to the doorman. Okay, you remember how to do this, right? So here's Konovalov. He's in 10 Downing Street, apartment 3A. So if you want to talk to the doorman, you would do a reverse search in the reverse search book for block 108. Clicking on it is the same thing. There's the apartment building. You can see all these people that live in this apartment building. And at the top, we have the doorman himself. 13018. That is shame on me for not thinking of that. If it's before day 2, no one at 10 Downing Street Apartments has anything useful to share with us. But it is day 2. Here we go. At 10 Downing Street Apartments, Detective Piston flashes his badge at the doorman, a middle-aged guy with a round, welcoming face. Have you seen anyone visiting Father Konovalov over the last month or two? Someone new who hasn't been around before? The doorman opens his mouth, then snaps it shut and starts fiddling with his mustache. Now, see here, I don't want any trouble. The father's a good man, heart of gold, and the real spiritual anchor of this building. This place feels so much more wholesome since he moved in. Relax, sir, Detective Piston says. He's not in any trouble. Please just answer my question and no harm need come of it. I shiver uncomfortably, thinking the detective should not be making promises he can't keep. I like that. I like that comment. But the doorman caves like a house of cards. If you're sure, detective. I saw a young man coming in through the door with Father K. I remember because on the same day there was construction work being done on Downing Street, which blocked off that entrance. Why would that stand out to you? I asked. Because I usually grab some fresh hot dogs for lunch from a street vendor, but the noise was so bad he'd gone elsewhere for business. So I came back to my desk early with nothing but a growling stomach. And can you describe this young man? Piston inquires. Dark hair with freckles, not a day older than 20, maybe 21. I asked for the kid's name, but he wouldn't answer. Some youngsters are like that, either talking too much or too little. Anyway, Father K laughed it off and said the kid was a chess prodigy or prodigy, I forget which. Nothing wrong with that. So many young people today need spiritual guidance and healthy hobbies. Truer words have rarely been spoken. Thank you. So this was an extra hint to the chess club. If we had thought to go here, we would have definitely tried to follow up the chess club lead, but we failed to go here, which is a failure on my part. Well, we know for sure that this is Bazarov's son. I think we already knew that. So this didn't actually give us much new information, but more confirmation. Now, let's not fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I'm going to explain what that means in a second, but let me just address this. I think the apartment mechanic is a bit more obscure than the online tool. I don't know. It's pretty obscure in the white pages and yellow pages too. Like if you look up an entry in the white pages, there's no hint that where to find the door person. You have to go to the reverse directory. Now, Why do I say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me? I'll tell you why. Because whenever I talk about the apartment building mechanic, there's two things I show off, I talk about. One is talking to the doorman, but what's the other one? What's the other mechanic that I harp on? Talking to neighbors, that's right. That's right. So let's just take a look at who the father's neighbor. Here's the preacher in 3A. There's no one in 3B listed. That could be an unlisted apartment, but we can't do anything about that. But we could talk to Samuel Hyatt, and we could look for who's in 2A downstairs. Let's just see. We knock on the door of apartment 3C, but get nothing for our trouble. Okay, well, that's fair enough. How about 4A? No. How about 2C? No. 2A? 2B? No. Okay, so, but there was an entry for it, for Samuel Hyatt. No one answering the door. Doesn't really mean anything. It is a little odd that Yefremova lives in the same building. Anyone else here that we should care about? All right. Well, I think we're back. All the more clear it is that there's a conspiracy and that the son is the shooter. So I think maybe we don't need to know anymore. Maybe we do know enough to solve this case now. Did we speak to the doorman? Yes. Have you been to WNYC? Yes. Have you considered the significance of the trophies? I guess that's just suggesting us to the chess club. So we have done now, at this point, all of the checkups that we've done. So now we've got our 2 late night leads. Okay, so the case is wrapping up here. So we're going to go to these 2 places, and then I think we might be done, but actually it might give us more to do. 0803. So where are the 2 places we're going to go? Look, this is the 247. That was the building that we couldn't get into. And then Victor Lorenzo's house, this is where we think Sylvia is. And 247 West 12th Street, that was the, I think that was our 98. That was our scene of our crime, wasn't it? Maybe someone can remind me. I'm pretty sure that... No, that was 98 Bleecker Street. Where was 247? We went there, we saw the sign on the door said 247, but we couldn't get in. No one answered the door. Does anyone remember that? Glover. It's the taxi driver's house. It's the taxi driver's house. Sylvia could be there too, but this is probably where the shooter... The shooter might be. Okay, it's one of these two. All right, well, here we go. First, we're going right there, right now. 36488. The bachelor flat at 247 West 12th Street is completely abandoned. Okay. And then we go back. That was a weird late night lead, but I think it was mainly just to set us up for the real one, 70803. This is Victor Lorenzo, where we think Sylvia may be. We prepare to go in hell for leather. Detective Piston presses a .38 revolver into my hand. In case things go sour, be careful with it. I stammer, you trust me with this? He winks. Well, Cynthia didn't want it, but hey, don't shoot me by accident, okay? If you do, I'll never speak to you again. I feel myself go pale. My mirror is crowded enough as it is. Piston gives me a funny look, shrugs, and tries the front door. It's unlocked. Looking at the windows, I can see the whole house is lit up. The detective leads the way in, with me stepping in behind him and Yefremova taking the rear. What we find inside makes my jaw drop. A short hallway leads into a cramped living room, and over Piston's shoulder I see chairs arranged in a semicircle. They've been waiting for us. Edna Harrington, Fred Bonnert, Father Patrick Konovalov, and Sylvia Lorenzo. I asked the dark-haired, slender woman with the hawkish nose. I whip my head around, eyes sharp for any sign of Bazarov's son and his gun. He's not here, Sylvia confirms. Come in, please. We step all the way into the living room. Glancing at Piston and Yefremova, it appears I'm the only one who's surprised at the risk these people are taking. Piston's heavy voice breaks the silence. Let me guess, you want us to let the kid finish his business with the second man he holds responsible for his old man's demise. But, I interject, voice embarrassingly high, if he succeeds, all of you will be accomplices. Yefremova touches my hand, her fingers warm. I turn and her eyes hold mine. She whispers, I think we should hear them out. Father Konovalov responds, given the loss you have suffered, you'll have every right to as many details as we can furnish, Mrs. Yefremova. Edna Harrington speaks up. After all, your husband was the one who started the engine, so to speak. He tracked us all down, introduced us to each other. Bazarov only recently took up his cause. Yeah, out of guilt, Fred spits. Yefremova is still looking into my eyes, but then she drops my hand and turns, facing the window into the street, her shoulders heaving. Sylvia says, I'm not sure why Bazarov didn't murder me too. For some reason, he just warned me off. I had chosen the alley for the meetup with your husband. Maybe if I'd been smarter, chosen a more public place. Father Konovalov rests a hand on her shoulder. 1 month ago, Bazarov started reaching out to us. He ranted about killing Redner and the radio man. But I don't think he had any firm plans, too lost in the drink. Maybe he hoped we'd come up with something. After his accident, his son assembled a hasty assassination plan. All his father's talking must have glamorized the idea for him. Fred takes over. Yeah, after Father P met the kid at the chess club, He stayed here at Mr. Vic Lorenzo's along with Sylvia, though he visited us at the Downing Street apartments from time to time. I think the doorman saw him once. Bazarov insisted his son stay away from his house for secrecy. Secrecy, I ask. You see, Konovalov resumes, Bazarov was worried the judge's thugs were watching his house, and he didn't want any of them knowing about his son. The kid already had a Winchester rifle with him from his days on a ranch somewhere in Texas. More importantly, he was convinced his father's death had not been an accident, that he'd been pushed in front of that truck. None of us agreed, but it didn't matter. Detective Piston retrieves the letter we recovered from Bazarov's house. Keeping it inside its sealed evidence bag, he passes it to the priest to read. Father Konovalov shakes his head. That would have made no difference to his son, or any of us. Justice had to be done. So James Glover volunteered to be the getaway driver. And Victor Lorenzo concocted the idea of shooting blanks as a distraction. It was a slapdash affair, to be sure, certainly not anything Detective Harrows would ever have sanctioned. All he wanted was for us to convince Sylvia to testify. He figured if she saw firsthand how Redner had wrecked our lives, she would find her courage. As if, Sylvia burst in any case against men like Redner would succeed. As if any case against men like Redner would succeed. You see, Edna Harrington says, Sylvia witnessed meetings between Redner, Henriquez, and some ruffians running a speakeasy in Greenwich Village. That's all in addition to the way they suppressed evidence and other speakeasies and their breweries. The contents of my stomach go sour, so you all decided to let some kid ruin his life by committing murder. You're nuts, all of you. Fred leaps up from his chair, making it clatter to the floor. Has his life been ruined? You don't even know his name. No one knows about his connection to Bazarov. At least no one who'll talk. By this time tomorrow, he'll be miles away. In a week, he'll be in a different state. Hell, you don't even know where he is right now. Yeah, Bite Park North, I mutter. He's near the advanced dental clinic waiting for his target. Fred's mouth drops open and he nearly falls on his ass. Konovalov motions for Fred to calm down. To me, he says, if your convictions compel you, get out there, find a phone, and call the police. Or, Sylvia's voice is smooth and calm, just return to the bitter edge and let true justice do its work. Even if the kid gets away with it, I growl, the experience will mark him for life. And what marks, Edna Harrington asks, will be left on him if you call the police? I see Detective Martin Locke, a.k.a. Piston, lower his gun. Yefremova still has her back turned to me. Neither of them is going to do anything. Hell, now I think about it, I'm not sure what I should do either. If you want to call the police telling them to look for an assassin outside the advanced dental clinic, go to 14662 and then return here. But if you want to go home to the bitter edge, go to 8011 and then return here. And then this shouldn't be here. Wow, we've got a tough choice here, huh? All right, we're going to take our last break. We've been playing for 6 hours on day 2, but we're now at the culmination of all our work. Let's take an 8-minute break. Everyone have a drink, settle yourselves, and try to make a clear-headed decision about what to do next. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale and then the discussion. We are back for our final session after a 6.5 hour playthrough of part 2 of The Bitter Edge. A pretty, what was supposed to be a short case turned into a pretty serious case with a very nice two-part structure. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a final decision to make. We were asked, we've stumbled on the conspiracy. There's this really cool dialogue here where this guy gets up and says, has his life been ruined? You don't even know his name. No one knows his connection to Vazarov. No one will talk. By this time tomorrow, he'll be miles away. In a week, he'll be in a different state. How you don't even know where he is right now. And then we just say straight out, Bite Park North. He's getting ready to kill the WNYC owner, the mastermind. That was pretty cool. So then Sylvia says, just let it happen. And then we say, this is a very cool element because the choice we're being asked to make is not like, do we call the police on this kid to stop the murder for the injustice? No, we're saying, hey, look, even if this kid gets away with it, he's going to be scarred for life for what he's done. And then Edna, the wise old woman, says, yeah, but what scar is he going to get if you call the police on him? Then we look at the detective and Yefremova can't even look at us. That's very cool. The detective is just like, no, I'm not going to do anything about this. So now it's up to us. We either call the police, tell them about the assassin, or just go home and forget the whole thing. All right. I don't know how many people are left here. 12 viewers. You want to have a vote? What do you think we should do? Jonathan is joking that, let's see, I guess this is the view where we can see what people are saying as we do it. Jonathan says, I'm more concerned at this point that no matter what we say, these folks will consider us a loose end. But these folks, as I was saying, these folks aren't clearing up the loose ends. Right? They're just killing the two main bad guys. But Jonathan says, look at how the mistrust has already happened. I don't trust any of them. How could they trust me? I feel we have to go along with it for now, then skip town and head for Texas ourselves. How are we wording the vote? Just vote, call police, or vote, go home? So type vote, call police, or vote, go home. Penguin says, vote, call the police. Jonathan says, vote, go home. Patty says, I know it's not ethical, but I would just go home. Warren votes, call police. All right, Patty, you got to write like vote and then what you want to vote. How do you run this vote? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Technically, it's a plugin that I've written for OBS. If you're asking me, how am I going to decide what to do based on the votes? I'm going to make an executive decision, but we're just getting everyone on the record here. Anyone else want to come out of the woodwork and vote? You're free to vote even if you haven't said a single word over the last 2 live streams. That's fine. We'll keep it open for another 40 seconds here. 2 votes for going home and 2 votes for calling the police. It's a plugin I've written for OBS that lets me run these votes. OBS is the software that does the live streaming, and this is a plugin that I've written. Someone can vote for me. Just type Jesse votes go home. Or you might have to say by proxy. I forget how that works. Does anyone remember how that works? I forget if you have to write Jesse votes proxy, go home, or Jesse votes. I forget. Yes, Jesse by proxy. Okay, Jonathan has got my vote in here. So it's 3-2 to go home. I'll tell you how I'm thinking of it. Like, I forget what the word is, but we're not cops. If this cop and this reporter is ready to let this go, what? The comedy club owner is going to be the one that calls the police? Who's going to stop this NYC guy? No one. And here's what else I would say. I like this idea that this person, that we're saying like, look, this guy's going to be scarred for life if he shoots this guy. But here's the problem. He's already assassinated a judge. It's too late. He's got the scars of having killed someone. So we can't save him from that. If we could make a call that would get him on a bus back to Texas having not actually killed anyone, I would be very tempted to do that. Like, I'm not advocating this assassination, but like, it's too late. He's already killed one. If we let him kill one more, is he really, he's not really going to get more scarred. If we get him arrested, his life is ruined. But for what purpose? And Jonathan says, if we try to call police, even though they act like they'll let us, there's still a good chance a fight will break out. So Jonathan is taking a much more practical approach. He's like, look, we wouldn't survive if we tried to call the police. In fact, I don't know if these semicircle of people would do anything to us, but that cop, Piston, could put his hand around us and stop us from calling the police. And then it's true, he would never be able to trust us. Also, I have a feeling we're going to try to ask out Yefremova on a date. So it's not really a good thing if we go against her. I think we're part of this conspiracy now. Now, the only other thing that maybe we should consider is there's an old saying about like once you got two people involved, you can't keep a secret. Like only one person keeps a secret, two people, and the secret's going to get out. I don't know how that expression goes. But now we got a room full of like 7 people who all know about this. And now we're implicated. So, like, are we going to get arrested one day in a couple years down the line when this comes out? Still, I'm not calling the police. All right, let's go ahead and read it. The die has been cast. If you want to go home to the bitter edge, go to 80011. We need to stop the vote, don't we? Okay, here we go. We're just going home. September 5th, 1932, 10 a.m. This is a special news bulletin from WNYC, New York City's voice on the airwaves, broadcasting from Manhattan. This morning, we are compelled to share bleak news. Last night at approximately 11 o'clock, Mr. John Henriquez, longtime station manager here at WNYC, was fatally shot near the northwest entrance of Washington Square Park. Mr. Henriquez, 47, was pronounced dead at the scene by responding medics. At this time, no suspects have been taken into custody. Witnesses report hearing a single gunshot, but the individual or individuals responsible fled before authorities arrived. The motive remains unknown, and police have asked the public for assistance in identifying anyone seen near the park between 10:30 and 11:15 p.m. Mr. Henriquez was a familiar voice to many New Yorkers, a dedicated civil servant and steadfast advocate for public broadcasting. His sudden and senseless death is a loss not only to this station, but to the city as a whole. We will bring you further updates as they become available. Anyone with information is urged to contact the NYPD 6th Precinct. A memorial program honoring Mr. Enriquez's career will air tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. right here on WNYC. And there you have it. You want to see what the answer should have been? What the answer would have been if we went to the cops? Seven 0803. Oh, there's more. It's not quite over yet. Oh no, it is. This was the scene that ended it, and then we had our choice. Okay, you want to see the ending if we call the police? 14662. Let's see what would have happened. I don't think Yefremova is going to be too happy about us. 14662. Okay, this is our alternate reality. September 5th, 1932, 10 a.m. This is a special news bulletin from WNYC, New York City's voice on the airwaves. We interrupt your regular programming to bring you breaking news. Tragedy struck our station late last night. At approximately 11 o'clock, Mr. John Enriquez, longtime station manager and respected voice in civic broadcasting, was fatally wounded outside Washington Square Park. A young man whose name has not yet been released was apprehended at the scene and taken into custody by responding officers. Police officials believe the assailant was acting alone. No motive has been formally established at this time. Mr. Enriquez, a tireless advocate for public service journalism, served the station and the people of New York with unwavering dedication. His commitment to speaking the truth and empowering average citizens will be sorely missed. More details will be shared as they become available. In the meantime, regular programming will be suspended for the next hour in honor of Mr. Enriquez's memory. And then here's a month later. Good morning, New York, October 1st, 1932, 10 a.m. This is WNYC with a breaking update on the investigation of the tragic murder of our station manager, Mr. John Enriquez, which occurred nearly 1 month ago. Authorities have confirmed that the young man apprehended at the scene has given a full statement, alleging that he did not act alone. According to his testimony, he was working in concert with 6 individuals, all now believed to be involved in a premeditated plot. The names released by the district attorney's office are as follows. Mr. Victor Lorenzo, Father Patrick Konovalov, Mrs. Edna Harrington, Mr. Fred Bonnert, Miss Sylvia Lorenzo, and Mr. James Hector Glover, a known figure associated with Rainbow Taxis. At this hour, all suspects are in custody, with the exception of Mr. Glover, who remains at large. The police are urging anyone with information on his whereabouts to come forward immediately. This shocking development has stirred new conversations among city leaders regarding the urgent need for increased funding of the New York Police Department. Many are calling for expanded authority and stronger enforcement powers to meet the rising tide of coordinated criminal activity. It is believed that these agitators might have connections with Chinese immigrants in the city. We will bring you more information as the investigation develops. We at WNYC grieve the loss of our colleague and remain committed to bringing you the truth, however dark it may be. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool classic sad noir story, how it all gets blamed, spun by the radio station, take advantage of these people arrested, not to reveal the truth about this radio manager, but to blame others and leverage more money for the police. And that's the end of the case. There's a little acknowledgement page at the end. Patty Saturn, who's joined us for the whole thing and saved us for some trouble. For editing, Debbie for editing and playtesting. And then we've got a couple more playtesters. Me for coding the stuff. Logan for the cover art. Patty says now might be time to leave town. Well, I mean, we called the cops, so we're the one person in the clear. Unfortunately, I don't think Yefremova is going to take our call. All right. So there you have it. What we'll do now is what we normally do. We'll close up this. Actually, let me just leave this open. We're going to take a very short 3-minute break, and then we're going to come back and discuss the case, the experience. Maybe we'll discuss a little bit in general, New York Noir, tools, mechanics, etc. If you've been joining, I hope you will stick around and join us for the discussion in 3 minutes. All right, we're back to give our final thoughts on the case and the experience. Before we do, however, though, I think we could, I think we might scan through the stuff and look for leads we haven't read. So it looks like we could go to a jewelry store, I think probably to investigate the watch. It looks like we probably should have thought to go to the NYPD gunpowder lab or something, or forensics, Only Mr. Victor Lorenzo had gunpowder residue on his hands. That's good. Here is the jeweler store. It looks like we were asking about the gold watch. Our friend over there confirms 2 gold watches were engraved with birthday wishes from WR and JH. Judge Redner himself came over here to place the order. Okay, nice. If we had gone to the Manhattan prosecutor's office on day 1, we would hear about something minor. End of day, we did this. We went there. So we could have gone to, oh no, we talked to this. That's our taxi driver. I love this line. He says, I don't have a violent bone, or my brother got arrested. He doesn't have a violent bone in his body. And we say, I know enough about people to know everyone's got a violent bone. Love it. If we had gone to a toy store, what would we have seen? What was this about? Some fella got run over. I think he was drunk. I saw it happen when the truck hit him. Maybe this was, we were told where the car hit him, maybe this is a nearby store. I saw it happen. He was under the bottle again, staggering this way and that, poor man. That was the dental clinic. We went there. We went here. Looks like we saw almost everything. This was the post office. No, this looks like a different post office. There's cleaners here. I don't know what post office this is. They've been closed for a year. Renovations have been delayed several times. Do I need to... One perk of working here is great sandwiches over at the bakery. I'm not sure what this is about. Very not important here. We went here. We went to this one. We read that one. Okay, so we saw almost everything. We could have tracked down where the watches were purchased, but basically that's about it. Okay, let's see what the chat has to say, and then I'll share some thoughts of my own. John says, it felt like a mini campaign to me. The setup for crime on day 2 was unique and gave both days their own feel. Lauren says, it did feel like a mini campaign. That's probably why I really liked it, the words and the game. Penguin says, I was trying to make a channel where all the authors can talk to people for help, but it did not work. I'm not sure what that's about. There was a good twist between days 1 and 2. Having a group of investigators was new and worked well. I was expecting the comedy club itself and performers to feature more, but could make future cases with this character where that does factor in. Did a good job working in New York noir mechanics like the apartment doorman, leads bleeding into adjacent neighborhoods, having stories spread over multiple days. Okay, let me give some thoughts. I mean, overall, this was terrific. The writing was very good, had some really funny moments, some real noir metaphor stuff. Loved it. Loved all the humor, loved the little darkness, loved the whole noir vibe I thought was captured very well. You've got a little bit of everything. You've got the good-looking dames, you've got the threatening people, you've got the ending that's got a little moral choice to make. You've got, well, no matter what happened, the ending was sort of used and abused by the authorities. so it's sort of hard to get a good, happy feeling victory out of any of this. Actually went very smoothly until we got stuck in the middle of day 2. Day 1 went very smoothly. We figured everything out. Day 2, we definitely stumbled. Part of that was what you could call a bug in the directories that were my fault. Part of it, I think, if you're looking for some constructive criticism, there were a couple things that felt too difficult and needed more nudging. And I think one of them was that whole chess club thing. I think maybe there were ways to make it clearer that we needed to go to the chess club and find the sun. I do think that it's sort of, this is one of the classic problems with Sherlock Holmes consulting detective type games, where at day 2, it said, hey, if you think you've found everything there is to find, go to the end. That's so ambiguous. It's so difficult to answer. And as a good example, like locating Sylvia, we didn't know if we should have found her, actually found her, or if we had enough. Now, an interesting thing is that Martinez solved the problem mostly. So in classical Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, it's the worst of all worlds. It's when you think you know, you go to the answer, and then you just get told the answer. And what Martinez did was basically the way we originally proposed it for New York Noir. Originally, what we said was, when you think you're done with a day, you go read some, you have some little dialogue or end of day briefing where you get asked, have you found all these places you need to find? And if not, go back. And that was the initial solution to this problem that New York Noir proposed. Now, since then, we've sort of switched to a required marker system, at least I have in New York Noir cases. And I think that would have worked well here. Like if you look at the end of day 2, it says, when you think you're done, go to this page, 73009. And what you can see here is what 73009 says is like, it's a list. Have you gone here? 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 And the way that would be done in New York Noir, which I think is a little bit better for a bunch of reasons, is this would say, when you're ready to end day 1, it would say, you don't have to know, you don't have to be sure you found everything because nothing will leak. It would just say, do you have marker A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I? Each of these would be a little marker. And if you don't have one, this would just say, do you have marker J? And we would sit there and say, we don't have marker J, but we don't know how to get it. And then we would look up a hint for marker J. So right now, the only flaw here is it says, have you visited the bar? Have you visited the ballistics lab? So as soon as you read this, you know 2 things. You know, oh, we forgot to do this, and this is what we should do. The nice thing about using markers is we would say, well, we don't have marker J, so we now know we're missing something. Let us now think for a bit what we might be missing. And then if we still couldn't think of it, we would look up the hint to J, and J wouldn't say, go to the ballistics. J would give us several chances at a nudge. Like it might say something like, are you convinced you know who shot the gun, or that no one else shot a gun? And it's a little more fine-grained hints so as not to give away information. And I do think in general that's better, though it's a little bit more work. I don't think it would make much of a difference in terms of enjoyment, but I do think it's probably a more satisfying solution in general. We talked already about the idea of near misses. I do think that's one of these little fine, subtle details that makes a case a little bit more satisfying when places that are similar, like going to chess clubs that aren't the right chess clubs, point you. Now, in this case, we had a little bit of a directory bug with chess clubs, and I'll fix that. But let's say you were writing a case, and the key chess club was Marshall's Chess Club, which is filed under an association, you could still fix that. You could still do that with this directory, but the solution would be you put an entry in the Greenwich Village chess clubs, and it says something like, we go in there, we ask about it, and the guy remembers Bartholomew, and he knows he's a top chess guy, and he says, hey, have you checked out the chess association down the block? And just ways to have near misses should give near hints. I think that's the way to say it. Near misses should give nudges towards the right thing. And maybe there were a couple places that did that. But boy, there was a lot to love here. I think another thing, there were a couple things about the structure that the channel has pointed out that I think really surprisingly were enjoyable. The first one was the classic sort of buddy nature of the story, how it was us teamed up with the Efremova and her different personality. And I think that was really done well here and really enjoyable. And then the switching from day 1 to day 2 was beautiful because day 2 felt completely different. We got a new person teaming up with us. That was very enjoyable. And the whole structure of day 2 took a dramatic shift into this witness statement stuff. And the way day 2 kicked off with this murder of someone that was our prime suspect, that was really well done. And that's exactly that's one of the things that we really wanted to do with New York Noir by dividing it into days with events happening between days. That was beautifully done here. And in fact, better than than my cases work with multiple days because of this real shift. Day 2 felt completely different and started off with this big, long crime scene where we interviewed all the witnesses and could visualize it. That was really well done and really enjoyable. So we pointed out, thinking about, so there's lots of great stuff here. The language, credit to the people who helped edit this because the language was very smooth. I don't think we found one typo here. So I've already made a couple of suggestions in terms of the late night leads. It would be ideal if there were more choices to make rather than just go to this lead, then go to this lead. But it was pretty fun to be able to go to those places at night. I think the ending moral question was great. What else do I have in my notes? I do think we've made a couple of suggestions in terms of difficulty, like that little clue about Bite Park North. I think we accidentally read the hint, so that should be fixed so you don't accidentally read the hint. But I think Jonathan had a good point that that clue might have been too difficult just purely as it is. But if it had told us it's within Greenwich Village, I think we would have solved it. And similar thing maybe for the chess club stuff. I think if you had made more clear from the photos in his apartment that he has a son, if the note was a little bit clearer with a little bit clearer language so that we knew to find his son. But maybe you could argue the opposite. Maybe Martinez was very keen to make it ambiguous about the word son, because it was an interesting coincidence that the piston guy kept saying son, so maybe it was meant to make us unsure. In general, I think my approach to making cases difficult is that it is good to make it difficult. Like the parts we struggled with that we couldn't quite solve were fair, and it's good to have a case be that difficult. The only counterpoint to that is it should be possible to get more fine-grained hints. So when we couldn't figure out how to find the sun, it would have been nice if the hints helped us just a little bit realize what we were looking for. And I think figuring out the chess clubs seems like a bit of a stretch to me, and maybe the post office thing too. I feel like that post office clue was a bit stretching it, but maybe it's just me not wanting to canvas the area as much as I should have. Okay, I think Martinez did an amazing job for his first case. Can't wait to play. He's written 2 more, by the way. I don't know where this sits in terms of difficulty and length, but actually we can kind of see that. Let's just look at this for a minute here. If I go to the games page, let's see what we want to do. I'm just curious for a second. If we go to the games page, here is the bitter edge, which is marked as a 3-hour case. Okay, the Artois 9, which is Martinez's other case, is 2 hours, so maybe a little shorter and easier. And then there's one more that he wrote, Odd Jobs, 5 hours. Okay, so this is Martinez's case with some magic involved. So this is a longer case than the one we played. And then he's got a shorter case. Okay, so I'm very curious about that. Now, I would say there is one bigger story narrative element that I might have a little bit of criticism with. I don't know how easy it is to fix, or and this is probably a subjective thing, but let me give my position on the framing of the narrative in terms of Ghost. Now, Jonathan, I'm very curious to hear what your thoughts are on this. Okay, so here is my narrative constructive criticism here. I enjoy supernatural cases when there's a real strong supernatural element, like some evil horror creature. And I also enjoy cases where there's sort of a hint that there might be a supernatural, but it's always ambiguous. And you're never sure if the person is crazy and there really is, they're imagining a ghost, whatever. And I think from my standpoint, this is almost like the worst choice. It didn't interfere with how amazing and how great the story was in the game. But I'm pointing it out because I think from my standpoint, narratively, it's the least successful part of it and unnecessary. And to explain it better, it's this. Our protagonist runs this comedy club, right? Okay, let's take a look at the beginning here. I'm just talking as if I was an editor. If you wanted my opinion, if you brought this to me, what I would say. And so he wakes up, he looks in the mirror, there's a ghost looking at him, a detective who's been killed. And the ghost says, we say to him, you are a regular in my club, you died a year ago, what do you want? And he says, my wife's coming. And then he sets us off on our mission. And then there's maybe like 1 or 2 other scenes where we deal with this ghost. And what I would say is, what does it bring to the case? There's like one more scene where the guy's like, the ghost spirit comes in me and I ask a question. And I think from my standpoint, there's 2 problems here. And they all have to do with it being unnecessary. Like, what does it add that there's a ghost? I mean, you are pulling the reader into a world that's harder to suspend disbelief. And I'm not sure it gets you anything. When we read the end and the people are all in a room, I thought maybe I was going to have to eat my thoughts here. I thought, okay, maybe this supernatural element is going to play a bigger role in this case than I thought, and all these people are going to be part of some seance, and the supernatural ghost element was much more critical. But really, it's not critical to this case at all. It feels like you could strip out that supernatural ghost element and everything would happen basically just exactly as it is. It is a pure detective story. You don't need any supernatural. So I'm not sure why require the reader to believe in ghosts. It's not important. And I think the other half of that is that it's a little odd that we are doing this. Like, we're like, a ghost shows up and we say to the ghost, hey, you are a regular in my club, and the ghost has challenged us to investigate and solve the murder with the wife. And the wife comes, and what does she say? We say, let me guess, you're the wife, because the ghost told us here. And she says, Cynthia Yefremova, for my protection, so he's made contact. You saw him, you'll help. And that's what kicks us off. But it seems to me, wouldn't the case work exactly as written, but be more believable if we were his best friend? No ghost, but we're his best friend. Wouldn't that make a more human, natural world, believable story? Like, if we're his best friend, maybe he was supposed to meet us on that day a year ago, and he never showed up, and there's a hole in our heart because his case was never solved, and we know his wife, and his wife and we meet up for this a year after his death and decide that we can't live with ourselves with this guilt on our hand of his unsolved case. And that's why we're investigating it, because no one else will. And his best friend and his wife are going to get him justice. To me, that's more compelling than trying to believe a ghost has visited the owner of a comedy club that this detective used to come to. And it doesn't get us anything to set this supernaturally. It makes more sense to be like, I woke up, it's been a year since my best friend was killed, and the cops won't investigate. The wife knocks on the door and says, it's been a year, I can't live with myself. And the two of us decide, fuck it, we're going to solve this case. To me, that's a more compelling story. And doesn't require any suspension of disbelief about ghosts. Again, I don't mind a supernatural case, but you got to give me a reason, and I expect it to play a real role in the case. But that's just some thoughts. John says, to be honest, along with the comedy club, the ghost felt a little underdeveloped. Once again, it could be developed more with future cases if he's going to be possessed by more ghosts and have to help them solve their business. That's fair enough. John says, it feels like a setup for a series to me. Not sure if there are more planned in the same universe. Well, yes, you could have a point. You could have a point with more if you were going to make a continued series of Supernatural, of Ghost. I suppose if you were going to do that, you might lean into it and have this comedy guy say, hey, he's seen ghosts since he was a little kid, and they always come visit him. But wow, was this a great case? And I think I was very happy today with how well all of the, I hope you feel the same, how well the website worked, how well the tools worked, how well everything here with the directories work, how it felt like a pretty cool real world. Here are all the places we went. If we go to history, I think we'll see even more of the places we tried to go. But look, this was a pretty cool case set mostly in Greenwich Village with a little bit of Gramercy Park, a little bit of the Upper East Side where our judge lived, a little bit of the Civic Center where the court stuff, what police stuff was. But I feel like we kind of saw a little bit what we're going for here with New York Noir. Lots of places, lots of flexibility to write a case with people in different businesses. We saw the search history, the bookmarks all seem to be pretty useful. Everything seemed to work fairly well. We've got this log that we could share with the author showing our entire gameplay, where we went, what we read, and when. I feel like New York Noir did pretty well here. And furthermore, the reading of the casebook from this system did not work too shabbily. We didn't read most of it in here. We did most of it by reading it in the printed version, but either way, I think clicking here, reading it here actually worked pretty well, I think. Lauren says, I was so impressed with the game on the internet. You guys have rocked it out the park. Well, thank you. Any other final thoughts? I mean, I think Martinez did a great job. And boy, was it enjoyable. The noir stuff is good. I think the multi-day stuff is great. I mean, Martinez has written a bunch of good cases, so we always knew he could write a good case, but it's really fun to play one set in New York Noir. And the language was great. The story was great. I think it also did a pretty darn good job of keeping things ambiguous enough that we were always, like, we had some early thoughts. They had to change a little bit, but we adjusted. I feel like we were confident enough, but not overconfident. Really quite good. All right, 7.5 hours approaching. We should call it an evening here. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the company and the assistance. If you're interested in writing a case for New York Noir, we'll be happy to play it on the channel. There are a bunch of cases you can play now. You could play this one, of course, but you can also play a bunch more, including some that are shorter and easier and some that are substantially longer and harder. Patty, thank you for your help editing this for Martinez. He was lucky to have you. I know Debbie Levy helped too, but people don't realize how important the editors and the playtesters are for making these cases feel polished and good. And this one, all of the work showed, and the language just felt really enjoyable and well written and nice. And there were some very beautiful lines in here too that I really enjoyed, a whole bunch of them, including some sweet lines of dialogue, some funny lines of dialogue, and some bitter lines of dialogue. That's really all you can ask for in a noir movie. And what a pleasure. All right, I'll see some of you next week when we will probably play some ether fields, see if we can't get some more people to unsubscribe for the channel. But this won't be the last New York Noir fan case we play. There's more in the works. I'll see you next time.